Well, hello. Welcome to the 48 and 48 for 2026. I'm going to throw you to James straight away. I haven't told him about this, but this is all because of him. So I would like James to introduce himself and tell us what this weekend is all about.
Hi everybody, thank you for joining us, and thanks to the wonderful team that's assembled here for the Australian episode of the 48 and 48. So what are you guys that are watching going to be in for this weekend? Well, 48 hours of fun about where you are in the world, but if you're really naughty and you could always watch back, remember, because it'll be on the YouTube channel you're watching on. There'll be 60. Oh, that's awful. There'll be 66 hours worth of entertainment for you to look over, which is what it equates to roughly when we look at the time zones of the 48 and 48 challenge. The purpose is community. That's all this event is really about. It's about community. It's about your community, wherever you are in the world. So the challenge, if you like, is to build a model kit. It used to be a 1/48th scale kit, but it can be any kit you like. As long as you enjoy it, basically. And the only rule is that you can't have a kit that you've already started in any way, shape or form. So what you do is you just grab a kit, which I'm going to grab this lovely kit here. And at 7:30 on Friday, I'm going to sit down, start watching YouTube, and then 8 o'clock, I'm going to crack this box open and start building. And I've got 48 hours to see how far I can get. I don't have to finish it. If you finish it and got plenty of time and you want to do a base for it, brilliant. If you want smoke machines and lights and all that sort of stuff, you a bit too late to start thinking about it. You should have planned ahead. But anyway, the idea is just to get involved in the community and build. The wonderful part is these hosts have spent the last couple of months and more talking to the community of manufacturers and retailers, and they have a wonderful selection of items to auction off over the whole weekend over 3 time zones. So you can bid on anything you like, but bear in mind you are paying for the postage on top of your bid. So if you are outside of any of the regions that are involved, which is the auctions will be in Australia, UK and USA, all postage costs will be met by you and you alone. So bear that in mind, because there are some very special things in the USA and UK auctions, as well as the Aussie auction. Aussie and New Zealand auction, actually, because some of the suppliers are from different places. You're going to be faced with quite heavy postage costs. So maybe best to avoid it unless you've got deep pockets, but that's up to you. The only thing I would say is please don't bid on an item in which you can't afford to pay for, because that would be horrendous for everybody involved. And then obviously the wonderful part is you get to see these guys, which are professional model makers in some form or another. And that was me throwing everyone under the bus. Basically it doesn't matter whether you're a professional or not. It really just means if you enjoy the hobby and you want to glue some stuff together, this is an event every year of which is put together for you to take part of. Then behind all of that, one of the wonderful things about this is we raise some money for a wonderful charitable organisation in the UK called Models for Heroes. And Models for Heroes, what they do is they create an environment in which veterans serving people as well of military and civilian services, so these people that put themselves in danger for you every day, that may have some mental health issues, they use model making to help them through the journey of recovery. That organization sends out kits free of charge to them and puts on face-to-face and online meetings so they can help each other through the process and journey of healing. Last year we raised £16,500 across the 3 time zones for the charity, which is fantastic. And this is our 9th year, would you believe, of celebrating the birthday of the Model Officers Mess, which is where this idea generates from my group on Facebook. It just so happens that the charity is roughly the same age as my group. So that aligns really, really well. So this year, what can you expect in the auctions? mind-blowing stuff. But I'm not going to tell you anything more about that, because this section will be run by the wonderful volunteers that are people that have volunteered themselves for the event, and will be led by John Marley. We've got the wonderful Podfather with us from on the bench. We've got Callum. We've got Jeffrey. We've got Steph from the UK, who is was a beneficiary for the charity, as well as is now a volunteer. So he delivers face-to-face meetings to the beneficiaries, and we've got the wonderful Craig as well. So these guys are going to see you through the next however many hours. The only thing I would ask all of you that are watching is, please make sure you take a break during the watching and creating on a regular basis. Grab yourself a cup of coffee. These guys will remind you. We've got a wonderful video this year for the coffee break. It's a brand new video. None of these guys have seen it, so I can imagine the first one will be a shock for you, because it's a little bit longer. We've had experts over the last 48 hours timing how long it takes to make a cup of coffee, to make sure the video is long enough for you to make a cup of coffee. So yeah, and we've gone really into depth with it. We've had psychologists involved, and just about 40 odd people involved in just this small creation of a video. Well, it looked like 40 people. It was me and Malcolm sat in a room, so we just run around a lot. Anyway, enough of that, guys. Thank you very much for being a part of this. I've seen all the comments coming up. Thanks for all the people that have tuned in already. This is going to be an amazing weekend. Please, if you want to make a donation, there is a link which will be popping up from time to time, and there will also be a banner which I've just put on now, and that will tell you the link as well. He says, hoping it comes up. There we go. Button's not working. So there you go. That is the link for you for the Just Giving page. Or if someone else presses it, then it will turn off. Thank you for that. Or maybe that was me. It might be my computer. I don't know. Everything's going terribly wrong my end. Well, no, computer end, not that. Anyway. So yeah, there we go. That was my introduction. Back over to John in the studio.
Wonderful. Thank you, James. So, yeah, so the background for this is, I'll tell you, I'll introduce myself first, and then we'll go around the room, and then everyone can talk about where they are in the world. We've got people literally from all around the world in the comments at the moment. It's pretty amazing, as it is every time we do this. So I was always into modelling. I never really sort of gave up when I found cars and women and all that sort of stuff. I was always generally had a kit on the go. And I was an electrician before I joined Air Force. Joined Air Force looking for an electrician spot. They didn't have any at that time. So it became avionics. And I worked as an avionics tradie and trade supervisor, and then independent inspector and maintenance manager for about 28 years. And I had an injury early on in my career, about 2002. In fact, it was in New Zealand with the J model Hercs, and it took time. But years later, my back went totally, and I had to have a spinal fusion operation with rods and screws down L5S1, so just above the pelvis there. With the lack of movement and the massive increase in pain, sciatic pain and everything else, my mood went through the floor. And around about that time, or just about, it really was about 2 years before that, maybe, I became aware of Models for Heroes by listening to the On the Bench podcast by Dave and two of his mates down there. And I thought, that's something that I could really sink my teeth into, and got onto Malcolm and started engaging then. But little did I know, within a year and a half, 2 years, instead of being, say, a volunteer for an organisation like that, I ended up being what would have been a beneficiary if there was a version of that in Australia. So I fully embraced it. At a time when I really needed support, I found Models for Heroes and the hobby itself were absolutely worthwhile for me. So I've become, well, I haven't become, since I've known about it, I've been a big supporter of Models for Heroes. In fact, I'm actually a volunteer for them, registered volunteer, and I do the live streams helping out Steph and Mel and John, doing those 3 days a week, and have been doing it for a couple of years now, which is pretty amazing that Steph keeps on letting me back on. It's just so much. It's a lot of fun, and we do a lot of building and tutorials and talking about the hobby and all that sort of stuff like that. That's absolutely worthwhile. So I am looking at starting a version of Models for Heroes in Australia. In fact, I'm talking to a new veteran hub opened in Maitland. So I'm putting at Maitland. It's there. It's about 40 minutes away or whatever. They opened a new veterans hub there on Tuesday, and I'm engaging with them to run my own modelling sessions there for veterans as a mindfulness exercise, turning up as a face-to-face session, and it's all because of Models for Heroes. It's something that I'd really want to get involved in. So that's my short story, not really the Reader's Digest version. Let's jump across to Steph. Tell us about you.
Hello, my name's Steph. I'm a Models for Heroes volunteer. Started off as a beneficiary. I was medically retired in 2018 due to what is called CRPS, complex regional pain syndrome. I've had 15 operations on my left knee after an accident while adventure training in the Air Force. Unlike John, I was a heavy trade. I was an armourer, did a proper job. Unlike this, lifting little boxes up.
Oh, gunnies.
So yeah, I was told about Models for Heroes by a friend of mine, Mark Bridge, who's a fellow armourer. Get well soon, mate. And contacted Malcolm, and they asked me, what is the model you'd like to build? And I said, oh, I'd love to build the Space 1999 Transporter. Just couldn't afford them all because at the time those models were expensive. So opens the box, and there's one of the original Airfix ones. So that was the first one I did. And I think I was a beneficiary for about 6 weeks, became a volunteer, started a face-to-face session here near Northampton, a place called Rushton. That's been going since early 2019. So doing that, and I've just recently organised starting up my second and my third face-to-face. So if you're in my local area and you fancy being a volunteer, give me a shout, because I'm going to need some help. So we've got another one in Wellingborough, which is a town next door, and also setting one up in Bedford. So this is my 6th or 7th year, can't remember. I think it's my 7th year doing this. I also run a YouTube channel, Budget Modeler. You can blame James for that one. He's the one who pushed me into it. So yeah, that's my story. That's why I'm here, because we need the money. Give us your money. Thank you, John. You're still muted, John.
Yes, thank you. So I'm going to jump across to Callum now. He's in New Zealand.
G'day. So I'm Callum, the only New Zealand contingent in the group. Got to represent somehow. So I got into modelling, you know, the typical 5 to 13 building with my dad and stuff like that. Then yeah, you hit high school and stuff like that, and it's not really that cool to do that sort of thing. So sort of had other things, but wasn't until COVID hit and I got stuck inside for a long time that I got back into it, and it was one of those sort of falling back into something you love. So just did it, you know, by myself for a long time. During COVID, definitely helped. Like we had the 2 lockdowns and whatnot. And from there, I started listening to all the podcasts. So that's how I started to get to know some of the people, as well as Models for Heroes and stuff like that. Ended up starting my own, started my own podcast with a few friends that I met on Instagram. So I'm the host of Micro Machines podcast, and we focus on stuff. Andrew, who needs enemies? Who needs friends? when you got enemies that close. Anyway, so yeah, host of Micro Machines podcast. So we focus on each episode. We look at different vehicles and how to model them, really. And it was because of that I got to know more and more people within the podcast universe, the world, like, you know, Dave, James, stuff like that. And then 1 year I participated in 48 and 48, not as a host, just as a, you know, wanted to do it. I always like to get involved with stuff like that. And I mean, it's a cause that I believe in. So, you know, I got into it. And then the next year, I think James was looking for hosts for New Zealand, Australia. And I decided, screw it. I'll put my hand up. And yeah, been involved ever since. You know, I try and help out. I always say I try and help out wherever I can. If it's not financially, then it's giving up some time to help out and spread the word using, you know, my socials and my platform on the podcast. So yeah, that's how I got into all of this. Look forward to it every year.
Yeah, wonderful. Okay, so if you go down to Dave in Victoria, we're literally all of us are spread around all of Australia. So I'm just north of Newcastle. The Podfather Dave is down in Melbourne. We've got Box Builder Creates in the middle there. He's down in Tasmania. Craig is in Sydney. Yeah, Cal, New Zealand. James and Steph in well, England at the moment. But certainly we've got people around the world watching. But let's jump to the Podfather, and he can explain why he's called that.
Thanks, John. The name of the Podfather, it's really a name that was bestowed upon me by the modelling community, which came about because I guess I was the first modelling podcast that sort of popped up. My story is many years ago, back in the 80s, I joined the Defence Force. I took the intelligent way of doing things. I joined the Army and went into infantry. So I did that for about 6 years or so, then did artillery for a couple of years, and then got out. And sort of, you know, mucked around after that for a while, and then finally found emergency services, and I've been doing that for the last, I want to say 22 years now, as a for an organisation here in Victoria called the State Emergency Service. So we look after storms, floods, and earthquakes, that sort of stuff. I've been modelling like everybody else. When I was a young kid, used to do a lot of modelling. My dad got me into it. I remember him buying a Airfix B-17. He built that for me, and it's with me. I was playing with that, and as you grow up, like the story, like everybody else, you go to high school, you find girls and all that type of stuff, and cars and work and all the rest of it. Finally came back to the hobby in about 1998, I want to say, and been here ever since. Came across 48 and 48 through the socials, obviously, and through the podcast. Caught up with James and Malcolm. They reached out and said, do we want to give him a hand doing this many years ago? I can't think of how long ago it was now. But I want to say about 5 years ago. Anyway, and here I am back again.
Yeah. I think from memory it's about 2018 or so when you guys mentioned it the first time. So it's probably then, because I remember like I was on at the 2AC on the Hornets and stuff. So
yeah, you're
up in the car park.
Yeah, you're still in the blue machine. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a long while that we've had the partnerships with the podcasts, the guys on the bench, and Plastic Posse and the Model Geeks. They were the first people in which I turned to for help, and they all said yes and got very thoroughly involved with it. And we have all since then. The amount of podcasts we've got on the hobby has increased dramatically. So and everybody from all of the podcasts are always willing to help and reach out every year. So yeah, it's I forget the year, Dave. It's because I'm old and insane, so I can't remember these things. But anyway,
well, I'm yes, mate, because of my job. Like for example, this weekend I'm duty officer, which means that I'll carry a pager around with me, and I can be sort of called away any minute. But it's fantastic to see the likes of John and Callum and Craig and Box Builder, of course, Steph and yourself, sort of stepping up. It's great that we got the community where other people can sort of step into the breach and do all the great work. So it's fantastic.
Yeah, no, we look forward to this. This is a highlight of my year. I think, we all look forward to this these weekends. It's a lot of fun. Basically, literally around the world, everyone just having a yak about the hobby and just taking the piss out of each other politely and all that sort of stuff. It's just a lot of fun.
Speaking of taking the piss, I've got to reply to Stuart from Black Hat, who said I'm a drop short. I was a drop short. I've got to tell the story how that happened. So here's the scene: Puckapunyal Range, and any of you in Australia who's been in the green machine will know what that's like. Middle of summer, you're humping your pack along, and we'd been walking for about 10 kilometres or something like this. And suddenly come across this artillery battery. So 3 guns sort of set up. And they're sitting there, and I kid you not, in summer, in 35-degree heat, they are sitting eating jelly and ice cream. And I am sweat rolling down places where sweat shouldn't roll down. So I saw that. As soon as I got back to the depot, I put in for a core transfer to artillery. No more walking for this little black duck.
Wow. Yeah. So I'm going to jump across to Craig now. Craig Everson. He's tell us about yourself.
Yeah, hi, I'm Craig Everson. I run the Aussie Scale Models page on Facebook, Instagram, and I've got a channel on YouTube. I started very young, probably 6 or 7, building sort of airfix models, and then graduated when Star Wars came out. Originally, I built a couple of the models from Star Wars, and so over the years, I've sort of on and off. You work, you get married, and then you sort of lose all the stuff for modeling, and then come COVID. Unfortunately, I was essential worker, so I wasn't actually isolated, but I started watching all the videos on YouTube and getting the itch back to get into modeling again. And actually, I still had some of my stash here, so I got out an old Colonial Viper from Revell and built that, and then the one of the Klingon battle cruisers from Star Trek, and really got into. And then I found the podcasts, and I found that with my anxiety, doing models calms me down really well. And then John approached me a couple of years ago to help out hosting these weekends, and I love it. I just love the camaraderie, the friends that I've made that are all here on this stream today, and it's great. It is really great to see everybody and everybody in the chat. As some of my friends are in the chat as well. It's good to see. That's about it for me.
Yeah. And finally, the last one, Box Builder Creates. So just before, so we got about a couple of minutes, 4 minutes before we start our models. But let's jump down to Tasmania and talk to Jeff.
Hi everyone, I'm Jeff Riley. My story starts back with my father back in the 60s, collecting FX kits and Matchbox kits. And yes, Dad building them and me taking them out the backyard and destroying them, and then him having to rebuild them again. But at that stage, letting me do it. Then we got into a lot of trains, which took up a lot of the house. Then at the same time, I was into a lot of remote controlled plane flying. Before that, it was control planes, and then remote control planes. Joined the Navy as the last apprentice to go in. which was a fairly hardcore thing for a young boy of 13, 14, 15 to go into, which taught me how to be a man pretty quickly. Sometimes the wrong type of man, but I've learnt subsequently to not be that. I did 24 years, so 2 12 sign-ons. Last 12 sign-on was boarding parties, which basically demoralised you to become part of a machine that was doing a lot of wrong for the government, which I'm not going to get into because we're not talking politics. I was let go out of the Navy because I was psychologically unfit for curriculum standards anymore. So they tossed me back out into Civvy Street, where, being an engineer, I went into boiler making, learnt how to boiler make with a company, and then for the rest of my life, basically, that's how I had my trade. Travelled around Australia, travelled over to New Zealand, worked over there boiler making, then came back quickly to Australia, got in touch with my uncles who were tattooists, and I was always drawing and always into that style. I used to bring a lot of their equipment back from overseas for them. I got in touch with them and they put me through an apprenticeship. Then I started tattooing, been tattooing for many, many years, and I'm just about to retire. Got into model making from, how can I put this? I had a side job, security guard, did a pub job, and at the end of the night, I was confronted by a girl being accosted by 2 guys and being almost dragged into a car. I went to help her. I was badly beaten by these 2 guys to the point where hospitalised. She managed to get safety, which was fine, but I've ended up with what Steph has, complex regional pain syndrome in my left hip and very, very bad PTSD. So I went back to model building for that particular point to keep my brain from thinking about the complex regional pain syndrome and everything that's happened in my life. Found Models for Heroes through a guy called Gordon Baines, who's been on there, who's one of the guys who's on there. He got me in to be part of the member, and I've been a member of the club for about almost a year now and been really enjoying it, and I found it's probably the best thing that's ever happened to me.
Excellent.
So that's about me.
Wonderful.
Pretty simple.
Well, it's clicked onto the hour, so it's time for all of us to start building. Do you want to go around and let's see what everyone's chosen to build this year? Well, who'll go first?
I'm going to tip.
Go on then. Let me grab it. I've been itching to do this for that long. Oh, firstly, Jeff.
Yep.
Thank you very much for sharing that. That takes a lot of bottle to do that.
It does.
I know what it's like. So thank you for doing that. See, that's it. This is what this hobby's all about. It's about getting people to open up. And us big, strong, tough blokies, yeah, we ain't that big. We ain't that tough. We ain't that strong. Open up. Talk to somebody. Even if it's your wife or your girlfriend or your boyfriend or your friends. Just open up to somebody. It makes your life so much easier. Anyway, this is what I'm building. Machine and Krieger Nutcracker from Hasegawa. Oh,
That's very nice.
Cool.
Yeah.
So,
I haven't been able to afford it. So I saw this, 35 quid, looked at the wife, she went, go on. I bought it.
you can get 2 of them and turn them into slippers.
Yes, good. But that's what it looks like in the box. So that's going to be, here you go. Right, as I'm old
Or you can
school,
wear it as a cricket box and it'll be a nutcracker.
yep. I've got my Models Heroes pen.
Ah,
So I'm old school, so I use it nib out, which is inches, or nib in is millimeters. So there you go, nib in millimeters, nib out inches. So there you go. Oh, that's the right way. You've got a 1-to-1 scale pen for reference scale only. Models for Heroes. There we go.
Cool.
So that's what I'm building. Next.
Callum.
So I picked up this Academy Spitfire 14C because it was fairly cheap, and I always pick something that's going to be relatively easy to build. However, me being me in this, I've got a current fad of modifying things, and this one I was going to just build it straight out of the box, but I started deep diving and when I shouldn't have, and now I have changed my mind on how I'm going to build this. The main thing is this kit has a few accuracy issues, primarily with it's got a little bit of an identity crisis because this is supposed to be a 14C, meaning the C-wing. However, it's actually got parts for the E-wing as well. So I'll be converting this into a Spitfire 14 E that had a what's called a high back canopy. So this sort of standard canopy as opposed to the bubble. So I'll be copying this one. So this is based off James Ginger Lacey. I think he was one of the top Battle of Britain scoring fighters and ended up with about 47 kills over the war. And at the end of the war, he was transferred to India, Burma, which is where this one comes from. So I'll be changing from a D-Day scheme to a Burma scheme. So I've got all my references here. And to make things a little bit more difficult for myself, I don't have the decal set for it, but I've found the decal set and I've recreated it and scaled it and printed it out a lot of times so I can cut masks for it. So I'm not going to use decals for this one.
Cool.
So
Good
that's
luck.
what I'm going to be doing.
Going to see how that develops. Callum, let's go to you.
What
are you building? I'm sorry. Craig.
All good.
Oh,
I am building a MS-06S Zaku 2 Gundam.
cool.
Nice choice.
Yeah, I got this given to me by one of my nephews, and I thought it's going to be great to do over this weekend.
It's back on. Is it back on? Thank you.
Very good.
So, yeah.
Are you going to go red or something else?
No, something else. I've got one picture of it in a grey and blue scheme, which I'm going to do.
Cool. Oh, all right. So Jeffrey then.
Yes. Hang on. I'll just make sure the camera and everything's all on. Yep, camera's going.
No,
Great.
sorry,
I moved the computer and I pulled it out. All right. I have a penchant for gliders. I fly a lot of remote control gliders, silent flight. So I thought for my first 48-48, I would do a glider. So I've got this kit by Special Hobbies, and it's the little baby that the Luftwaffe pilots learnt how to fly in originally. I did have a pilot which was delivered, but it was delivered to a different address, and when I went to the address, the lady said she just threw it out in the bin. So unfortunately, I don't have the pilot to go with it, but which is a bit of a bummer because I was going to do a nice little, scene, basically with the base and everything. But again, the reason I got this kit was it is a very easy kit. There's not much to it. That's it. So
Good choice.
I didn't really want to stress too much for my first 48-48. I wanted to have a bit of fun. So I thought, well, I'll go with that. And if I do have any time, I've actually got another lot of 148 scale kits just up here ready to go that I can grab a cat and cramp out or something like that to keep myself going if I finish this one, which I'm pretty quick at building. So that's what I'm up to.
Dave.
There we go. I am having a crack at building a Swedish S-tank.
Nice.
Interesting little fact here is that the Australian Army
Wow.
actually owns one of these, and it currently resides at the Tank Museum at Puckapunyal. The reason why Australia has a Swedish S tank is we were trialing a whole heap of tanks when we were moving on from our Centurions, and the Swedish S tank was one of the ones that we trialed, so we purchased that. We ended up going with the Leopard 1. So, yeah.
Cool. So you've seen it yourself, yeah? The one in Pucka?
Yeah. Sent it myself, and
Nice.
we hit that. Just had an open day on last weekend, which I missed the weekend, but no, last weekend. And I had a mate up there who took some photos, although he took some photos from a really long distance. So I'm gonna just paint it OD. You can't go wrong.
Very cool. All right, and the kit I've decided to go for is it's a weird one. It's a 3D printed aircraft models Miles M52, which was a real thing. So this is from direct from Aeroscale Models. Yeah, as you can see it, it's all 3D printed. Really nice, in fact. All bits and bobs. The undercarriage, I think they started off being the same plastic, thermoplastic, whatever it is, as the rest of the kit, but they've strengthened it now, so it's a darker colour for the undercarriage. Decals, clear parts, masks, all the other bits and bobs. Got bits of an engine, jig to line up the undercarriage and the wings and all that stuff. We'll see how this goes. I have no idea how it's going to build up, but that's me. So we'll stay.
Cool. You get yourself started, John. I'll take over while you guys are building. So yeah, crack on. Let's get some building done. While they're building, what I'm going to do is just go through the chat a little bit. I've put a question in there to ask if anyone was building along with you and what they're building. So let's have a quick look. We've got Andrew, who is building the Hobby 172nd P39Q Air Cobra. We've got Jim. Jim will be building the khaki. I can't say that. 48 scale KI 100 Koshi. So that's cool. Which was Second World War Japanese plane, I think. Attacking. Hobby Boss. This is Karen. Hobby Boss 148 F4J, which I have discovered doesn't like having its gear doors closed. Smiley face. Then we've got Adam. He's going to be doing an Airfix Spitfire Mark 5C with Aussie markings in 172nd. Also, sorry, my computer's very slow. Seafire is going to be doing the Revell 132nd Porsche 917.
Hi, Patrick.
Nice choice,
That's
Patrick.
cool.
That's a good choice, Patrick.
Smith these days going to do Lego, the Shelby Cobra. Cool.
Excellent.
I like that idea.
We just had a
Tiff.
Lego shop open up in Hobart.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wow, I walked in there the other day and it was like too much.
Tiff says she's got the Revell 148 Eurofighter Typhoon, the Baron Spirit to build. That'd be cool. Tiff's in the UK, so she's good. She will just be preparing herself at this point. Model Minute says, Sally, I'm not working on a 148 kit because I had a project part started I need to finish. So I currently have a PM Models TA 183 on the bench. Yeah, that's cool.
Hello,
Thanks for joining us.
Hello, Matt.
I know you've done a challenge in previous years, and Model Minutes is a YouTuber, so he'll have plenty of stuff on his bench, I'm sure. Matthias is there. He says, evening. The Italieri 148 auto blinder, AB41 is what they'll be doing. 43 people watching, by the way. That's very, very good for the first episode. Thank you very much for everyone tuning in. Exile says, good morning, everyone from New York State in US. I'm building the Tamiya 148 Tiger 1 early. Good choice. We also have Aussie Ian. He says, doing the Revell 135th German V2 missile. Very good choice as well.
Hello, Ian. Oh, no.
Keep me on my toes with this chat, I can see. Yeah. Wacky Dave says, Toronto 148, fairly former. Nice.
Oh. So, Wafu, I've got the same one here. Can't wait to get started on that too. Are you doing the Mark 1 or Mark 2, Wafu?
I think he didn't say what mark, he'll better let you know. Black Hat scale models, the Rodin 132nd Fokker D1. Oh. And he says the fuselage is very warped. Oh no.
Well, that'll suit his modelling style. If the fuselage is warped, it'll suit his modelling style. He's a bit of a warped individual.
Yeah. He's going to be converting it to the Kirk Wolf's last aircraft. So, yeah, he's got a plan involved. Sorry, I just saw Tiff's comment there. Tiff apparently is preparing in bed. I don't know what she's preparing.
Okay.
But I'm gonna leave you to prepare as much as you like, and swiftly move on before I get myself into trouble. Hope it hits the spot. Anyway, Gary Morris is there. Says this year I shall mostly be building a 148 Spitfire night fighter. And Gary, Mr. Morris, of course, will be in the Discord group. So obviously we want you to watch and be a part of it on here, of course. But we do have the ability through the wonderful Discord, where we've set up with a group called Friends for Models for Heroes, which exactly as the name which suggests are Friends of Models for Heroes, the charity. They've got a live hangout which will run all the way through the 48 and 48. The hosts are based in the UK mainly, and so they will be there UK times, but it's the nature of the thing, it's open 24 hours. So it doesn't matter where you are in the world, if you want to jump in on that, you can go and sit in a hangout with guys. There'll be beneficiaries and volunteers and average Joes and all sorts. A few famous people might pop in if you're lucky, or people you recognise the name of. You can have a chat and talk about stuff. It's a secure environment in as much as it can be in a public environment. All we ask you to do is obviously be aware that there may be people in there that have anxiety and mental health issues. So please make sure you're on your best behaviour, etc. But it's a very calm and enjoyable atmosphere in there. Because it's basically what you see here, but without the cameras on. So it's a little bit of jostling, of chat and mocking and all that sort of stuff. But, it's all good fun. Anyway, get back to the chat because you are running away with it. 47 people watching now, so that's wonderful. AGV says, Dan from the Gold Coast, he's doing the 1/200th Smit Netherland tugboat. Nice choice. I like that. Dave of the Valleys is in the chat, and he says he'll be doing the Airfix 148 P40B Warhawk from the Airfix bundle. And yes, I know Airfix, the official Airfix people were in here. That may have been Dal or one of the guys in the office. Big shout out to them in Airfix. Thank you so much for your continued support with Models for Heroes. But also this year they did a bundle through their website, which got 48% off the retail value. And you got 3 great kits. You got the 135th Ferret, the P40 Warhawk in 148th, and you got the 172nd Lifeboat as well. So a great bundle and great choice as well of how you want to do stuff. So yeah, thank you very much, Dale, for putting that together. I know you'll let us know how many we sold eventually. But the wonderful good thing about that bundle as well was every purchase, Airfix donated 100 flying hours to Models for Heroes. So that's equivalent to 2 or 3 kits per time you make a bundle. So you buy a kit, you buy the bundle, you get 3 kits. Models for Heroes effectively got 2 to 3 kits as well. Yeah, and you've effectively made a donation without making a donation, if that makes sense. So, yeah, thank you very much, Airfix, for doing that for us. It's great recognition for the event and the community, and Dal and the team are always wonderful to the community. So, yeah, enough of that. Let's move on. Wafu Dave says, I have to be careful because now I realised that because obviously Tiff is preparing in bed, there may now be some comments that I might not be able to read out. So I have to be careful what I'm reading. Wafu Dave says that's that Slack hammock charge right there. Okay, I'm going to move on. Wafu Dave says it's the Mark one, Mr. Marley.
Yeah, same one I've got.
Paul Wilkshire is there. He said he'll be doing. Come on, you know you want to. He'll be destroying. He'll be doing the destroyer from Hellier, not destroying. A French task force 1/400 scale kit. So that'd be cool. I'm looking forward to that. I'm not sure, but I think that's our first destroyer that's been done during the event.
Okay.
I might be wrong.
So
that's interesting.
He tells me under good authority that Rivet Telemont à la Mer is basically resupply at sea, which is what that set is. Not that I speak French myself.
Well, thank goodness I didn't try to pronounce that. Watu Dave says to you, Mr. Marley, is part of the 815 squadron builds.
Nice, good choice. WAFU, for all the people watching, WAFU stands for weapons armed, fueled up. So basically,
no, it doesn't.
Ready to go. It does not.
No.
Oh, what is it?
It stands for weapon useless.
We're waiting for that, Steph.
Shots fired.
Yes.
On. And so it begins.
Sorry.
Yes, that's something in which we'd never say actually in any of the streams before. Is just to be aware that obviously we're talking about service men and women involved in this event, and primarily with the charity as well, because that's what they deal with. So there is a sense of humour and camaraderie that is, yes, a little different to the average civvy street sort of thing. But anyway, you'll find out more about that as we go through the weekend. Andrew,
James, on that one, if I can just give a quick explanation.
No.
If you know,
let me get.
Okay, cool. Come back.
Because yeah. Anyway, because it's running away with me. So Andrew says, "Are you sure you can do something that isn't a tube, Mr. Finch, Goldfinch?"
Well, I'm gonna give it a good crack.
I'm told there may be a tube at the end of the event when he celebrates as the smoking kind.
Yes, that's a very good point. Yes, why not?
Yeah, so there's always a tube when Dave's around. Anyway, Workbench Hobby says, "Hi guys, hope you're all doing well. I've been looking forward to the weekend. I'll be building a Tamiya M8 Greyhound." Oh, I love that kit.
And hello to you, Mr. Clayton Ockerby. Thanks for joining, mate.
Yeah, hi Clayton.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, wonderful image you did of Dave yesterday. Oh, I laughed.
oh, an image of Dave. What's this about? Interesting.
I posted something about there'll be mohawks and arseless chaps, referring to
the fuel crisis.
The fuel crisis is happening here because mohawks and arseless chaps were worn by the people in the Mad Max movies, and hence I made a reference to that with a meme. And our good friend Mr. Clayton Ockerby decided to put my head on somebody from the movies wearing.
It's quite funny.
May I share it, Dave?
Please do.
Oh, please do, John.
There we go. I'll zoom in.
No,
it's very good. So yeah,
It made my head look big.
that bit there, that's what Steph's building for this stream. So yeah.
I got a bit worried when I saw that picture, David. I did find you attractive. I don't know why.
Yeah. Oh, now Clayton apologises, Dave. There you go.
Oh dear. Yeah, you're not really. You know, you're not. So let's quickly get back to the chat. So Julian Hall says, "Morning, skippers, and all in the UK. Evening, John, and all in Oz. Morning to everyone waking up in the US. Yes, we're across all the time zones, obviously. Got some cracking news in relation to the people getting involved, but I will talk about that later. I'm going to stop the comments in a minute. But John, I'm just going to scan read, guys. So I do apologise. It's nothing personal. I'm just going to get behind with the chat otherwise. John Mayfield says he's doing the 148 dingo.
Yeah, John.
That's amazing. Gary Morris has just said in there as well. Yeah, absolutely. Read the Discord. Be cautious. There is a caution. Veterans' humour may be rampant. Yeah, it generally is, and it's all meant in good humour. And they generally will use that humour towards each other, not to strangers. So, yeah, don't worry too much. But you should be fine. And I'm going to scan read the rest of the comments just to catch up to where we are. Everyone's saying hello to each other. Jim's got a question for Mr. Marley. He said, just realised I installed a part of the model backwards.
Okay. So very quick explanation. Yeah, my name will come up occasionally by viewers of other channels as Nodge, which is John backwards. I have a habit of gluing things backwards. So that's what that's about.
At least you're consistent, Nodge.
Yeah, well, I'm owning it.
Yeah.
Yeah. You'll see throughout the weekend that we do give each other quite a lot of stick where we can. Paul Price said,
and I can guarantee I've done that plenty of times as well.
Yeah, we all have. We all have. We just don't do it on camera. It's like shaking a bottle of paint. You generally don't do that on camera and then go, "Oh, look what I did." Anyway,
yeah.
Paul Price says he found a 148 Hobby Boss Tomahawk TB. So that's cool. Right. So I think now would be a really good time to do this. So we are very, very keen that you all stay healthy. The reason I'm busy chatting is because I'm obviously in the UK, so I don't start my build yet. It is currently 9:26 in the UK, and we have 8:26 in Melbourne, and we've got 5:26 in New York. So we're across all the time zones. The reason we're going to mention that quite a lot throughout the weekend is we have on the website, which is the 48-48.org website, which is there for all year. We've got just over 175 people signed up this year already. And I know that's not everybody, because there are people that haven't signed up because they do it every year and what for, etc. The reason I've sort of pushed it a lot more this year is because on the website, you have a little button on there which will have the picture of whatever you do within the 48 hours. Now, if that's literally 2 parts glued together, that's what you've done. That's the picture I want. It goes up on the website and next to your name to show that you took part. And the fact we've got nearly 200 people up there already is amazing. We had, I think, somewhere in the region of 45 pictures from last year on the website. So a massive difference. And we have people from Greece, from Sweden, the US, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, Japan, the Netherlands, France. There was one other. Where was the other one? South America somewhere. Can't remember. And Norway. Yeah. So I mean, that's just to name a few. And we'll put that out as the stats at the end of the weekend, because we have that information. In fact, everyone that signed up, one of the questions was, where are you based? So we know exactly where everybody is well, not everybody, but that signed up, so we can give that information. Anyway, one of the things we will make sure is that you take a break, because you need to make sure you stretch and you have coffee and you eat, etc., etc. So we will play this on a regular basis.
James, you're muted. You're still muted.
Was no, sorry, there we go. Yeah, my computer is very slow today, unfortunately. So yeah, you're going to get to hear that wonderful tune an awful lot throughout the weekend, and that that new break video as well, to remind everybody to take their breaks, etc. So thank you for Malcolm for doing that for me. That was wonderful. Yeah, so obviously the guys are busy building, etc. And I will be shooting off in a little while because I've got to go to work. Can you believe the organizer hasn't managed to get the time off? bless. So yeah, I will be back this evening. All the streams are on the model officer's web the model officer YouTube channel. They're all scheduled so you can see what's going on. If you're not quite sure about the timings, etc., wherever you are in the world, head over to the web page, the 48-48.org web page. On there, you can click on the appropriate symbol for the time zone, and you will find the timing all there for you. So it's the official website, and it's there, and it runs all the time, so you can't go wrong. Just there for you. So 48-48.org is the place to go to find out more about the event, etc. And there you go.
Wonderful.
Well, I've just had my first lost part into the carpet, and it turned out to be a good item, a good thing, because I found another part that I've been missing from a model for about 6 months. So that worked out well.
So what's that from?
Well, that one's
that's
from
that's why.
Dinosaur 72 scale, the X20 that NASA was designing but never flew. But so the carpet monster taketh and he giveth back.
Mm-hmm.
Very good.
No, he obviously heard it was a charity event, so he just thought he better donate something.
Oh, yes. Yes.
So one of the other things in which we do during the event is we play quite a few videos, because obviously we want to keep you entertained and keep the chat going and all that sort of stuff. So we will play some videos from some beneficiaries throughout the weekend. We also are very luckily been given some tips videos from some well-known model makers. So there's something to watch out for as well. But I think maybe the best thing to do, let us play one of those videos so you can get a taste of exactly what that sort of thing you're going to be looking for from the big man himself.
Hello, my name is Malcolm. I am the founder and chairman of Models for Heroes. We are here in the HQ in Newbury. Let's go take a look around. Here we are, inside where it all happens. This is headquarters of Models for Heroes. It's where we store our model kits. It's where we store all the tools and everything that gets donated. It's where we put everything together. All the boxes that we send out to beneficiaries. It's where we do all the emails and organize all the events and all of that. I'm going to show you around a bit in a minute and show you all the corridors and where everything is and what we do and all that. Okay? So we would start with a clinical referral or a self-referral. Self-referrals can come straight through to us, and they come straight through to me on my desk here, and I will look at them and print them out and then pass them on to another volunteer who works here, which we'll look at in a minute. Also, the clinical referrals would come from Op Courage or Help for Heroes or Combat Stress or a private therapist or a GP. And then we would take that information. Obviously, it's confidential. We have to be very careful with it. And it all stays in-house, if you like. And then that information gets passed on to this desk here, which is another volunteer, Chris, at the moment. He's not here, as you can see. He would then call up the beneficiary and speak to them and find out what sort of thing they want to do, what sort of thing they want to make, whether it's tanks or if it's aircraft or if it is a car, whatever. Something that they want to build, something that they really want to get their teeth into. Perhaps they've never done the hobby before and they know nothing about it. So we might send them some really good Airfix starter kits or something small like a Rubicon kit or maybe even a quick build or maybe some Lego that we have. And then we would ask them also if there is anything that they don't want to build. Obviously, we've got a lot of people who have trauma-related mental health difficulties, so we don't want to send them something that would upset them. But also, we also want to make sure that people feel challenged as well. So we might send them something a bit more difficult, maybe a dragon kit or something else. Yeah, we go from there. And then we would come to this desk here where we, well, at the moment it's full of donations and things that need to be going out soon. We would pack up stuff onto this desk. So we would go around the building and we would find the kits and things that we want to put into a box. That also would be tools and glues and clippers and cutting mats and sanding sticks and tweezers and masking tape, and all that costs money to buy, and that's where we store it, over there on that side. And then we put a lovely box together and it would go on here, and then I would go from over there, I would then print out a lovely label and stick it on the top. But also, if we get a donation in, then they get to put on the shelves, and we would make sure when we get the donation in that the kit is in there, that there are parts in there, that there are instructions, that there are the decals, and that no glue or paint has touched the model kit. And once we've done that, then they'll get stored on the shelves. It's a random access memory kind of thing. There are certain types of kits around here. There's aircraft, helicopters, boats, World War II, 148, kind of the most asked for aircraft is in this section. And that section is 135th armour. Sometimes it's lots there, sometimes it's not so much there. All depends on what donations we get in. And then here we have a lot of aircraft. Most of our kits that we get donated in are aircraft. We pretty much have everything that we'd want. Sometimes we can't find the things, but often we'll find something that's close enough or near enough the right scale, maybe. But yes, we have a lot. And we don't want to take any of that for granted. So everything we get in here is a donation from somebody, a hobbyist, someone like you who enjoys the hobby and wants to give back, wants to give something from the hobby to someone else because you know how much it helps you building, focusing, distracting yourself, building something fun, having something tangible, giving you a purpose, all that kind of stuff. It's good for you. It's good. Well, it's good for you. Sometimes very frustrating, but we've got to understand that in the total terms, the hobby is good for us, and that's why we do it, and that's why Model Spheres exists and has done for 9 years and has served thousands of our bravest. Good luck in your 48 and 48 this weekend. Please do take breaks, do look after yourself, make sure that you drink coffee, that you get up and stretch, that you drink loads of water as well, that you get involved on the Discord, and that you check the website, and that you go on the Facebook page and enjoy all the live streams, and just get involved in the auctions too, because they are awesome. Right, I'm going to go make a cup of tea with no milk because I forgot to bring some again. That's annoying. And I'll speak to you soon. Bye bye.
That's very good. I haven't seen that before. Awesome.
Yeah, so that is the big chief of Models for Heroes, Malcolm Childs, the brains behind the operation. Yeah, I think I said that right. Yeah, every year we try and do a message from him every year, and that's the 2026 message from him. I thought it'd be a really good idea to show you what the impact of what you raised last year has meant to him. So to explain that a little bit better, as you saw in that video, got quite a nice unit now in which they've got the ability to spread out and store the model kits. They were in a very small unit previously, but the money in which we raised last year enabled them to move to a different premises, reducing their outgoings as well, believe it or not, because they were actually using shipping containers to store the model kits. So that's drastically reduced as well. So your generosity of donations and bids, etc., you have a real impact onto the charity, and certainly this year, I'm aware Malcolm will be on throughout the weekend, but he can talk to that about a bit more. But I'm aware that the referrals for this year, so far this year, so January through till now March, or actually beginning of March, so let's not include March, they'd had the same amount of referrals in that small space of time as they did for the whole previous year. And because of the ability with the money that's been raised, etc., they can fulfill those, whereas previously they may not have been able to do that. So I can't underplay the amount of impact that this event has had for the charity and the beneficiaries involved. So a massive thank you for your efforts last year. There's 47 people watching right now, and in the UK it's 9:44. So yeah, nice and early. We've got lots of people from the UK, from Australia, from New Zealand and the US in the chat, which is wonderful. If I've missed a country out and you're in the chat, tell us where you're from. So that'd be good. Sorry, I'm obviously multitasking because there's lots of screens in front of me. Yeah, so well done, everybody. We will obviously like to see what you're doing as well. Yeah, no, that's cool. We'd like to see what you're doing as well. So if you can, if you're a member of the Model Officers Mess Facebook group, you can create an album there of where you can post up what you're starting, what you're going to be building, and then progress pictures, and then a final couple of shots of what you did. That's quite nice. It's good interaction on the Facebook page with everybody in the group. Everybody likes to see what everyone else is doing, and you might do something that someone might say, "Oh, how'd you do that?" And you can share some skills, etc. as well. So that's always good. Adam Scale Modeling has said that he shared this on his Instagram. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, if you've got the ability, you've got any social media or anything like that, or you're part of groups and bits and pieces, share the events going on. Get people involved. The more people get involved, the more people get hooked by the fun of it, and the more the community pulls together. So that's wonderful. So thank you for sharing that, Adam. Skullfish is in. Morning, Skullfish. How the devil are you? I haven't spoken to you for a while. Hope you're well. So yeah, obviously from my point of view, which I didn't say anything before, but I can share, it's not a problem. I'm not a veteran. I haven't worked in the services as such, civilian or military. I did a bit of ambulance driving, but for PTS, so passenger transport services, so not frontline, but for a very short period of time. So I couldn't be a beneficiary anyway. But I've been a volunteer with the charity from pretty much the beginning, being friends with Malcolm, as well as it was something I just had to support him in for my own personal reasons, but also he's very, very passionate about the whole thing. And you very quickly become wanting to be part of it. So so I've been a volunteer. I've done face-to-face sessions. I've done online stuff. I've helped Malcolm in the background, especially over COVID, when we couldn't do the face-to-face sessions anymore, and we had to quickly modify what we were doing so we could still deliver stuff to our beneficiaries. So we set up the live streams, etc., and been involved with that. My main thing that I do now, really, if I'm honest, is I try and support people where I can through private conversations or just dropping into the hangouts and events and fundraising. I don't do a face-to-face anymore, which is a shame because I used to enjoy that. But I myself, one of the reasons I'm so passionate about it is because I myself suffer from mental health issues, anxiety, etc. And it is debilitating beyond belief at times. But I've had an event, a life-changing event a couple of years ago where I basically had a heart attack and a triple bypass. All good, everything's working. However, it has had a massive effect on me mentally. Can't understate that. Actually, it's changed everything. But the reason I mention that is not because I'm looking for sympathy, but because the one thing I didn't expect as a volunteer was when I was ill. The community, the beneficiaries, the volunteers, they all rallied round and were there to support me and have been there to support me through the journey of recovery, as if I was a beneficiary, which I never expected, and humbled for that to happen. If you've ever been in a group of people, regardless of whether it's service or not, but if you've ever been in a group of people, you tend to find that people will do anything for you, anything at all, and be there at the good moments and at the bad moments. And that's very much the same as people that have come out of the services. Is that being in a family. I don't think that's unfair to say it's a family. And then when they retire through medical reasons, they feel so lost and cast out, and that's very, very difficult to handle. Along with not feeling well or having health issues as well is very, very difficult. So I've actually received firsthand from people and the charity the benefits that we deliver on a day-to-day basis myself, just because I'm a volunteer, which I must thank everybody for, and I have done many times and will do forever. But if you're suffering, if you are able to utilize the charity because you have served, because you have served in the military or are serving in the military or a civilian emergency service, model making is really, really good for your well-being. It's an activity that takes you away from everything in daily life, and it can't be underestimated that the healing process, how that helps the healing process, to be able to quieten down all the noise that anxiety and all those sort of everyday life things bring to you. To switch that off and concentrate on something else is like a really good night's sleep. It is the only way I can describe it personally. Is I feel refreshed. I feel so much more able to cope with the challenges that there are. So, and it seems strange that a piece of plastic or Lego or even wood, where you're making a book nook or anything like that, anything that's mindful, a mindful activity, can deliver that well-being for you. And the fact is, at the end of the day, the charity, coming back to the charity has donations of model kits all the time. As long as they're not started, as long as they're all the bits are there, they'll be used. They'll go out to somebody, and someone will effectively adopt that kit and build that kit, and in many cases feel quite humbled and a sense of ownership of that kit, because they understand that someone has given that for their recovery, and that means a very personal journey while building that kit too. So that mustn't be overlooked, because that's very important as well through the journey that we make in recovery. So people with anxiety, obviously I can relate to. I have a sleeping disorder as well, just for the fun of it, which is great because I wake up every morning sounding like Darth Vader. So there's a benefit to it, I suppose. Though thankfully I don't look at my wife and go, "I'm your father," because that would be awkward. But yeah, so keep your chat going. Talk amongst yourselves by all means. Tell us what you're up to. If you're building, tell us how your progress is going, etc., etc. We will get points throughout the whole weekend. We'll have people pop in and say hello. There will be hosts, obviously. This motley crew will see you through this episode, and they will all make sure they take a break. They've all been instructed to do so, and there is one person in charge to a point where he can actually kick them out if they don't do as they're told. So he has that authority. So that'll be quite interesting to see if that happens. I'm sure it won't. I'm sure you'll get up and have a cup of coffee, walk around, do a bit of stretching. Let's quickly catch up the chat. I know you've been putting some up, but I'm just going to quickly go through what there is. Oh, hello. Rob Harris is there saying making models can also provide FS moments. That's fun, frustration, and swearing before everybody gets uppity. No, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It's the making a model is not a non-stressful event. Let's be honest. There's always going to be a challenge somewhere along the way. But the good thing about that is that you are frustrated with something that's in front of you and that you can deal with right there and then. And that's the key, is the fact that one of the things that you tend to find with anxiety and mental health issues is that you feel overwhelmed, unable to prioritize or deal with certain things. And that's why it becomes overwhelming. It's because you can't deal with things. Whereas if you're doing a mindful activity and if you come across an issue or problem, you generally can fix it there and then, and that gives you a sense of achievement, and you've overcome an issue and problem, which allows you then to focus when you finish doing your wellbeing activity to refocus on the other things and prioritize and reset and rebalance. So absolutely spot on, completely right. FFS. God, I can't do 3 letters in a row. I've not heard that before. It's really good. I quite like that. So the junk work says, he says, although I never saw active combat, I still have to deal with things I was trained to do. I have always built kits, and now it really is my escape from my head. Absolutely. Traumatic events don't have to be blood and gore. They don't have to be, what the worst possible thing. They could be some things that some people might look at and go, well, I don't see that as traumatic, but it is to that person. And one of the things, like I related to earlier, is leaving the forces under whatever circumstances, unless you're in control, it's traumatic. And when you're in a situation where you have a health issue that makes you leave effectively your family behind, remember, 9 times out of 10, these people come out of the services and don't have the contact with those people again. It's incredibly strange how there's a very fine cut, and that's it. It's not sutured. If you cut a leg off, they'll stop the bleeding and make sure that you'll be fine. With leaving the services for medical reasons, you generally find it's just a cut. That's it. You're on your own. Good luck. And that's traumatic. So, and then when you take into account some of the things in the services you come across, whether you be an emergency responder, coming across accidents, etc., that's traumatic. I've been there, seen that sort of stuff. It's yeah, it's hard to deal with. In the forces, obviously, you're potentially losing friends, parts of the family through action. Even if you're not with them, even if they're in a different division and they've gone off and done something and don't come back, that's traumatic. So there's lots of reasons for trauma, lots of reasons for things to become an issue. And 9 times out of 10, a lot of it comes down to health. There'll be a health issue, and then the mental health will kick in, and then it becomes overbearing and unable to deal with. So yeah, there is lots of things in which could sorry, I'm multitasking. There's lots of things that can kick that off. So that's a good point. Junk works very good. So we've got some other people coming in. Alex is here and he's saying good evening. Black Hat Black Hat scale model says progress going into primer already. Wow. Okay, well done. I hate that when that happens. That always makes you think, oh, what have I done wrong?
He's just showing off.
Yeah, well, I know. The joy of this challenge is really down to the choice of kit. You know, if you choose really well, yeah, you can really whack along. The downside to it though, David, that he hasn't taken into account is if he gets too carried away, he's now got to do a diorama base and get really technical. So, you know, it doesn't stop. Tips, Rob Harris is, do you fancy a 124 Citroen C4? I'm not sure where that relates to, but that is so. Adam Scale Modeling is making a comment there. Something not many understand was when I managed, I was a manager in online shopping during COVID and contact customers and finding out they'd passed away. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, that's a trauma right there. You know, it's amazing. I think the statistics, if I remember correctly, 1 in 5 adults will have a mental health episode, journey, or beginning of a journey. In the rail industry, that becomes 1 in 3. In the military, it's 1 in 2. So, you know, those statistics are they speak for themselves, and yeah, they can be demoralizing, clearly, but also can stop you from being able to live your life properly. So, you know, a mindful activity. And while we are promoting the community of model making right now, there are lots of mindful activities out there that don't involve gluing plastic together. There is a thing called paper model making, which I don't understand and I won't talk about because it's just wrong. But yeah, there's lots of other things crafting you can do. So yeah, I stopped. I've got them, and I will never see them again. They're hidden away, never to be spoken about. So Black Hat Scale Model says diorama. No, I'm not that good. It's not about being good. This is
definitely not that good. We've seen his videos. He's not that good.
Oh, wow. The views of Dave are not necessarily the views of this station.
Well, I've got to be honest with you. I think that's now a challenge. I think if you think you're not that good, then I want to see how bad you are. So yes, it's now part of a diorama. So I'm looking forward to that. Thank you very much for taking part this weekend. Yeah, I will throw you under the bus, 100%, all day long. That's all part of my fun.
He's got many buses lined up.
Oh, I've got a depot, and I've got the drivers to send. Oh dear. So Adam Scale Modeling says, yeah, we unfortunately had 3 drivers on different occasions arrive to deliver and end up being first on scene. Oh wow. Man, yeah, that's That's something I'd
Brilliant.
never even thought of. Yeah, that's horrendous. Tiff says, once I highlight it, it isn't a pregnant pause, I promise you. This is my computer struggling. Tiff says, hey, I built some paper 3D models. I printed out and got a skull printed, ready to build. I don't like her anymore.
Oh.
I've gone right off her paper models.
So, I've got to say, paper models really intrigue me because I've seen some ship models done with paper. I've seen some real space done with paper, and in a lot of ways, the skills that are required are completely different to what we do, but also at the same time the same. And the end result can be spectacular, absolutely spectacular.
Oh yeah.
And I've gone through Facebook and been fooled a couple of times thinking it was a plastic model, and in fact it was a paper model.
Yeah, absolutely. The choice of kits as well for paper models is amazing, really amazing. Malcolm and I did one not that well. I can't remember how long ago it was. It's so scarred in the memory. I've forgotten the date. But yeah, it was a challenge, definitely. I did a hurricane, and Malcolm did the machine from RoboCop. I can't think what it's called.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. That was it's his favorite thing ever, and he'd always wanted to build a model of it, so he chose to do paper one. Yeah, we both don't like paper models anymore. We had lots of challenges, but anyway, yeah, I don't diss anyone. At the end of the day, if you're doing a mindful activity, if you're making Lego or scratch building or paper or whatever, good on you. Yeah. It's an art without a doubt. So,
the other thing we never do, say on the live streams for Models for Heroes or whatever, is we never sit there and go, oh no, that's crap, that's the wrong color or whatever. Like, our view is, it doesn't matter whether it looks good, it's whether you're proud of it, and we want people to pick up another one and have another go and all that stuff like that. It's nothing but
fun.
Positive attitude.
It's all about
That's
having
it. Yeah.
fun.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And I think one of the things in which sometimes is missed in the modeling community, especially in social media, because it could be misinterpreted a lot, is everybody posts their work up, everyone shows their work because that's the best they can do at that moment. And I put my hand up for this. I was going to say John puts posts up saying he's got the wings around the wrong way or whatever, but even when we post our mistakes, I personally do it on purpose because I make mistakes. It's just about recovery, and sometimes I need help, and sometimes I need to say to someone, look, I know something's wrong with this, can you tell me what's wrong with this? And the community will step out and help you and advise you and give you hints. And it's about, a community should be about supporting each other through the journey, whatever that journey is, and whatever the community is founded around. And certainly with the Model Officers Mess and Models for Heroes, and a lot of the people you'll see on the screen, they're all about the journey, and they're all about supporting you through your journey, not theirs, through your journey. And sharing what they do allows you to pick up tips and tricks along the way, as well as potentially being entertained if you're lucky. Or being amazed at what someone achieves. So never shy away from it. At the end of the day, we all are on the same journey, but we all potentially are in different parts of the journey. So there isn't an expert model builder at all. There's just a builder that has spent a little bit more time and picked up a few more tricks. That's all. Paul says, one of my best friends who was next to me lost his eyesight. The screaming was unbelievable and it affected me badly. Model making has helped me so much. There we go. Indeed, that is. Thank you for sharing that, actually, Paul. Very kind of you. Yeah, some nights it affects him worse than others, so a model kit will help him through that. So that's brilliant. And it's an amazing, just something so simple in effect can be the difference, can be the savior. It's really crazy. It always hurts. It hurts my head to get my head around it.
I'm going to step away from that and do a bit of priming, all these bits and bobs.
Yeah,
so I'll be back shortly.
No problem. John Works says, yeah, damn it. John Works, he says, if you've never made a mistake, then you're not learning. Absolutely. A mistake is only something to learn from, nothing more. So Jeffrey popped out. He has issues with power, I believe. His batteries run out or something. So that's cool. He'll be back shortly. But that's good because he's forced him to have a break.
Very good.
So talking of which, we're not going to do a coffee break video. We're going to do something different this time. This will allow you to walk away from the bench or from the screen for a minute, make a cup of coffee, do some stretching, whatever. I forgot to warn you, just be aware in the Australasian section, John will be doing some live exercises with you to help you stretch and all that sort of stuff. He's got his budgie smugglers ready and he's raring to go. He told me yesterday, so he's been catching up with some stuff. So that's something to look forward to.
Well, hang on, I thought we're supposed to be a stress-free zone. This I don't be watching John in his leotards. Thank you very much.
It's all about sharing, Dave. It's all about sharing and showing you. Oh dear. Mankini, I think was the phrase he used, but I'm not sure I understood him correctly. Anyway, before I scare everybody off, shall we do a tip? Let's go over to one of our nice people and find out what tips they've got. Let's go over to the wonderful Gil.
Hello everyone, Gilbert here, Red Dragon Model Works. I was honored when Mr. James Skiffin asked me if I would record a little tips or technique video for you guys during this 48-hour build, you know. And I kind of struggled on it, you know. At first I was like, well, what can I show these guys that they probably don't know already? So I came up with everyone knows I airbrush. I primarily use an airbrush. I primarily use a Badger Sotar, an Omni 4000 from there, Chandler. Some of you in the UK know it as the Apex. The Patriot. I have Iwatas, I have Microns, I have all that stuff. But my primary use is this guy right here for most of what I do. What I want to discuss is trigger control, muscle memory. Now, a lot of guys, and throughout the years, I've taught this to people, and it helps. What a lot of people fail to realize is it's muscle memory. The finger on the trigger, and as you pull back, it's muscle memory. So I tell people, learn, take a couple of minutes while you're sitting down, you're watching a video or something, and just move that trigger back and forth. Just sit there, go back and forth. Put some water in it. And just do this. Whoop. Just do this slowly, back and forth. And I can see the stream coming out. And what this does is it reteaches, it reinforces that muscle memory from here to here. And how you pull it back and forth on the needle. Even I've been airbrushing since 1984 off and on. If I'm away from an airbrush for more than, I don't know, say 3-4 days. This is what I do to get that muscle memory back. I don't go into it cold and just because there's where you end up having trouble with your control. So just before you sit down to do any kind of airbrush work, whether it be acrylics, lacquers, urethanes, whatever, just put a little water in here in your airbrush and just slowly go back and forth. Put a video on, listen to a song, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, and just back and forth. That's all you need. If you've been airbrushing, but you walked away from it. You go in and you pick it up cold. Chances are you're gonna get some spinning. It's gonna take a couple of seconds for you to get the hang of it again. But this way, it reinforces that muscle memory. I do it. Most of the people I know do it. That are in the industry. They'll sit there and they'll just get the feel back in there. I don't care how long you've been airbrushing. Muscle memory is a thing. And if you're away from something for long enough, your brain needs to click again with the muscle memory in the fingertip. It's just like, for those of you that shoot, muscle memory. That's all it is, the squeeze of the trigger. So just do this, back and forth with a little bit of water until the water's empty out of the cup, and just reestablish that finger control, that memory control, the brain to the finger to the airbrush. And you'll be a happy camper.
So there you go. That was Gil Mondragon. Thank you very much for the video, Gil. As always, Gil is an ambassador, as far as I see, to the hobby. I've known him for many years, and he is one of a handful of model up makers that whenever I've got an issue or problem, I can send him a message over in the States, and he will always respond to me and have something constructive. And if he doesn't know the answer, he will find out for me. So yeah, he's an ambassador, especially of airbrushing. He just is so knowledgeable, and yeah, that's all good. So to catch up with the comments through.
I'm just going to do that. I'm going to preach what we're saying and take a very short break.
Cool, excellent. Okay, no worries. Thank you, Dave. So Black Hat Model says, John in Budgie Smugglers, my chest feels tight. I don't know if that's admiration or stress, but fair enough. Thank you for sharing. Going to take a break at 12:40. I have to take the Fog to the vets. I think that must be Dog to the vets for injections. Yeah, that's fine. No worries. Bit of Veteran Creates is in the house. He said, I so missed that music. Yes, the music is lovingly provided by Fat Cat, is it? Oh God, I can't remember. It's in the description anyway. Yeah, be kind to allow us to use it. I have asked they'll release it for us so we can buy it. You can buy it for your own copy of it, but apparently they're not going to do that. Johnny says, Skipper, stress is individual to the person. I've never served, but I left work 22 years ago due to work-related stress. I dropped a comment on it in Discord, and it's too long for YouTube. No, that's cool. No worries. I will look at that later, Julian. Remind me and send me a message later on, and I'll try my best to read it out. There is a reason for that. It's because I'm going to be disappearing shortly too. So, but I'll explain about that later on. Let me go through this chat. Paul says, oh yeah, I've said that already. Done that. I don't know why that's there twice. Maybe that's me just being a wally. Jim says, can no longer work in my trade, metal fabrication, due to chronic illness issues. The hobby of model making helped transition to an early and forced retirement, giving me constructive things to do. Yeah, exactly. And that is the joy, the real joy of it. Mr. Charles is sending me a message. I'm not quite sure what it's about, but I'll look at that later. Oh yeah, I popped in there. There was a message from Gary Morris to me saying that he explaining actually that he's sorry the mankini is actually his. He sent it over to John to borrow for the event. But yeah, so I hopefully he washed it. Who knows? Jim saying he loved the white socks cap. That would be on Mr. Mondragon. Adam Scale Modeling says he needs a 2-minute warning. I assume so he can turn his head away from the screen. Should have not highlighted it, so you don't know what I'm talking about. Yeah, it needs a 2-minute walk to prepare for the Marley Mankini episode. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I think you'll need more than 2 minutes warning. That's why I said it now. People saying hello to each other. Yeah, Julian's right. That image can't be unseen once it's seen. Definitely. And in fact, not even seeing it, it means it's in your mind now. But hey, there we go. Have you seen the Marley? Sorry, Marley Minogue picture. Yeah, we have Miss Marley is a fan of the lovely Minogue, and he likes dressing up like her. You know, it's fair enough. But it's quite a nice picture. Not his best view, but could be worse. Thanks, Tiffers. Morning all, says Joe. We'll be watching from time to time. Donation in already. Good luck. Excellent. Thank you so much. Yes, I've not looked at the Just Giving page, but there are a couple of ways in which you can donate. One of them is underneath there. You can happily donate to that link. Or you can go to the 48-48.org website and press the donate button. And then you've got two options, which is there. You can do it straight to the Just Giving page, or you can do it to PayPal. And I will send it into the Just Giving section at some point in the weekend. So yeah, you've got different options. Yeah, most people will use the Just Giving, if I'm honest. So that's good. I'm not quite sure how to make that. Mikey said Marley Minogue on his computer. Yeah,
that old chestnut.
That old chestnut.
I'm back just in time to see that.
Yeah, we've been talking about you. Don't worry.
Oh, sweet.
Mr. Morris asked whether you got the Mankini in the post for this weekend or not.
No, sir.
I've just been explaining that you were going to do some exercise during the weekend in your Mankini. That's all. But anyway, let's move on.
Let's
Jim
talk to James. One of the, when you play that music and stuff like that, I think the second year that I was taking part of this, I was not on the screen. I actually did nude up and was leaping around my garage.
Oh, he did. It was scary.
Mm-hmm. What he tends to forget is that when he turns his camera off, we can still see him in the studio. So we have got that recording. And I don't really know why you would be laying across the bonnet of your car like that during dancing. But anyway.
And she still does not appreciate the stain.
Jim says, pardon me, Julian, forgot to say hello earlier. Wrapped up on the KV1 tank in the painted weathering stage. Wonderful. Tiff says, oh dear. Tiff says to Mikey, I guess it's technically fan art. Yes, it is. He's going to post it in. He's been suggested it should be posted in Discord. Yeah, absolutely. In fact, I think
on the bonnet there that's matte. That's where my anus was burnt into the paint of the polo.
Oh dear. Yes. Well, do you know what? Maybe that's something we could do for next year. Maybe we could develop a page for the web page that's a fan art, and that could be quite fun. We'll see. Because we've now got a Mr. Morris one. We've got obviously we've got Marley Minogue. We've got oh yeah.
So prevented the.
I'm sorry, I just removed it from the channel. I didn't mean to. Oh dear. Sorry, John.
It started.
Oh,
yeah. So that's me.
John, add yourself in. I'm sorry.
Yeah. That's pretty cool.
Oh dear. I'll be back in a minute. I do apologise. Breaking transition, do you know? Here he is. Sorry, John. What was that image you were showing?
There's DJ.
John?
Is that coming up?
Yeah. No, I went to highlight you, and unfortunately, I took you out of the studio. There we go. Look, it's Mr. Marley, and lovely.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Julian is asking, Nodge, as in backwards, John. Did the car need respraying? Just wondered if certain substances could be used as a paint stripper. I was the car stripper, yes.
More ways than one. Oh, dear. There we go. So I think I'm up to date with the chat. I think I got everything on there. Yeah, we are. Cool. Thank you so much for watching. So 47 people watching, which is a constant number and has been for the last 2 hours. So thank you very much. Can't believe 2 hours have gone by already. I'm going to hand over to you guys because I've got to go and make myself beautiful for work.
Awesome.
Unfortunately, my roster clerk lost the request that I put in for having the day off. So I will be back in the next episode with the UK. The UK guys will take over in the UK at 1 o'clock. And they will be busy holding the fort down until I arrive, and then it'll all go terribly wrong, I'm sure, when I arrive and start pressing buttons on my slow computer. But for now, from me, good luck, guys. Thank you very much. I can see you've been taking lots of progress, making sure that it's very obvious that you're taking breaks and stuff has been seen and noted as well. So well done for that. And everyone in the chat, please, thank you very much. Keep supporting these guys because this challenge is much more of a challenge for those in the studio, pressing buttons, trying to keep up and keep you entertained as well as make a model. So show your appreciation by asking them lots of questions. And I'm sure there are viewers out there making images of people as we speak for fan art. I'm sure that's going to become a thing. So from me to you, make sure you donate, make sure you enjoy the event, make sure you have fun, make sure you look after yourself, don't get stressed, and thank you very much for being a part of it.
Thanks for joining us, James.
See you, James.
See you, mate.
I'll let him remove himself from the stage. He knows how to do it. So I'm going to let my primer dry for a while, so I'll go on and read some comments. Treasure Maze is saying, I have had cornea transplants in each eye. Modeling has helped to exercise my eyes. Yeah, fair enough. Why? Were they hazing over? Please let us know. Were you losing sight, or was it just a focus thing?
Well,
Joe,
the thought of an eye operation makes my blood run cold.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So the first job I had, actually, out of school was an optical technician with OPSM. I didn't last very long at all. I didn't have a license, and I was in technical instruments, and I had to deliver stuff to doctors and hospitals and stuff. So I just couldn't do it. So I left because I just couldn't drive. But seeing all the equipment and corneas in little boxes and all that sort of stuff, it's pretty amazing. Got to play with that. Corin Gray, 23 Tawny, time for a quick break. David of the Valleys is saying, watching here and continuing my bearded veteran creates Thursday build, the Italy 48 scale Tonka. As I missed this Thursday till I start the model tonight. I thought I'd start the model tonight. Fair enough. So I've just only recently finished a 48 scale, the Italy 48 scale Tonka. It's on the shelf behind it. In fact, it's there, just above us there, next to a 72nd scale thing of the same plane. So that's nice. Jim is asking Joe, what are you working on this morning? I'm waiting till this evening to begin my official Models for Heroes project. Yeah, so both Jim and Joe are in the US of A, so they don't start for almost another day. Adam Scale Modeling, Marley, is this a new camera angle? Looks rather nice. No, this is the iMac. Usually I use the Chromebook is here. This is the inside computer. It's a much nicer everything. Like, a much bigger screen, better camera. It's just, it's just not a permanent feature. I'd love it to be, but it feels like I'm in an iMac thing because I'm used to this little sort of laptop over there. This is, you're right. It's quite lovely. Malcolm Childs is upside down. Good morning, Australians. Thank you, everyone, for sacrificing your time to build along with the rest of the world. Well done. And hello, Malcolm. Kind regards from all of us, Darren here.
G'day, Malcolm.
Hello, Malcolm.
Malcolm.
Oh, and Tiff has noticed today. I've got shelves, Marley. I've got shelves. Yeah, we put shelves up today. My wife and I she said, like, you can clean up. Well, I had behind me that TV cabinet there had all models on it and all that sort of stuff. So that's gone up. Those three. Tomorrow morning we'll get a fourth shelf because the gap between them is too much, and then we'll put another shelf unit above the spray booth there. So it'll just be model kits and stuff like that. But as my wife said, like, well, you'll still get to hang some of them vertically inside, like making a like the wall they have in Epic's Wonderworks in their sort of visitor centre there. It's an incredible thing. But yeah, shelf unit, nice. It just keeps it all sort of neat and clean. And I've got a lot of Spitfires on the bottom shelf, and the other half, the ones on this end, get my bloody head out of the way. Those ones there are things we've done on Beard Veteran Crates channel.
I'm intrigued, John, to know what you're going to do in regards to the dust, to keep dust off them.
I have no idea. Because the other thing that I mean to be doing, I've got a wooden HMS Victory that I need to build up, so I can imagine the amount of sawdust. In fact, where the spray booth is, I put there to use as a workbench to build the Victory, and I haven't really started yet. I've just I've got the carcass together, but then I came down with like tennis elbow, and I haven't been able to look at thinking, I won't be able to sand anything, and it comes and goes. So I'm just going to sort of crack on with it, but I don't know. I'll just deal with dust. And just give them a lick occasionally or something like that. I won't do it live. It'll be fine. Jim is saying, first break of the day, chaps, stepping out for a stretch to stretch the legs a wee bit. Gary Morris, Friends of Models for Heroes, and one of the three veterans team. I'll tell you about that in a minute. Mr. Marley, you should have said I've got experience with shelving. They call it, one of the nicknames is Shelfie, because he put up some shelves above his workbench, and apart from when he mounted it, the drill went through the other side of the wall into the bedroom. The shelf unit fell down on his head and hurt his... he was building, what were we building? It was a Shannon class lifeboat, the 72nd FX kit, and that all came down. He now has flashbacks of all the lifeboat coming towards him. Usually people are happy to see a lifeboat heading towards them at a great rate of knots, but he was not that day. So Joe says to Jim that he's doing the Italeri Chevy 1500 weight in 135th scale in Australian Army colours and LLMA. Cool. Nice. Lovely. So what I'll do, just for a moment, we've spoken about auction lots a number of times, like in the build-up to this and also during this stream. What I'll do is quickly bring up, rattle through the images of the auction lots we have for the Australasia thing. So there's 36 of them from memory. And these will be in the order that they're going to be auctioned off. Basically, I just mixed them up. So I didn't. So we've got a number of packages from Icky Sticky and a number of kits from Scale Modeler Supply or SMS Paints, and I've kept them together. But the other ones from other sponsors, I've tried to mix up as best I could. So in order of lots. This is the first one from Hobbyco, who are a new sponsor with us this year. It's a Husky 148 scale Nakajima C6N1 carrier reconnaissance plane, the Sayun MYRT, whatever that is, prototype. And it's a limited edition pack, so that's nice. Second lot from Skullcraft Studios in New Zealand. A TACOM Object 279 with a nuclear biological chemical commando. So it looks like a bit of a space marine up in the top left corner there. Good on him. But yeah, the tracks on that thing are so weird. Whether that thing, I guess it's not real. I don't know.
No, it is real.
It is real. They actually have one running.
Holy crap. So no No, wow. Okay. No idea. And so clearly I don't know that much about armor and, military vehicles and stuff because I have no clue. Next one, Canberra Hobby Centre. Another new sponsor this year. It's the Tamiya 112 scale Repsol Honda RC213V from the 2014 season. It's a nice little kit.
Nice.
Tis. First, these are the Icky Sticky pack. So they've got an adhesive pack. So running through what's in it, just bear with. I'm just referring to my iPad, which is no good because the photos aren't on that. Reaching across to my phone. And the spreadsheet. First thing I see is a picture of Dave in his battle fatigues. Right, so Icky Sticky adhesive pack contains 40ml extra thin cement, 40ml liquid cement, 40ml quick set cement, a masking tape dispenser with 1ml, 2ml, 3ml, 6ml, 10ml, I've got 1ml written again in 40ml, but as you can see in the center there, the tape dispenser is loaded with the tape. So that's nice. Super glue debonder and activator, a foam safe activator. I don't think it's a purple box over on the right of the screen there. Flexi tip extenders, a 30 pack for getting glue out of the bottles. Poly mold, which is so you can melt it down, just put it in, say, a saucepan or something or other, melt it down, push something into it, it'll form the shape of it, and then you can cast things, and then you just reuse it. You heat it up again to about 60 odd degrees, and you just keep using it. So it's like fun. 20 grams of thin super glue, medium super glue, and thick super glue. So all that adhesive pack is pretty good deal, I think. It'd be very useful.
Pack,
Absolutely. It's really good.
Their painting pack has mixing cups and stirrers, 10 of those. Yep, that'll be the top yellow packet in the top left there. A wet palette set. It's a storage case, 2 hydro sponges, 2 hydro cloths, and 50 paper or palette papers. A paintbrush stand with 49 holes, so you can stack up your brushes, keep them clean. Paintbrush cleaning soap, 100-gram tin of solid soap, and silicone scrubbing pad. Synthetic detail paintbrush set in a 5.0, 3.0, 2.0, 0, and 1. So a number of paints there. And silicone mixing sticks. Probably missing a couple there, but as you can see on the image, there's quite a number of products in that kit. Then jumping around a little bit. From Hobbyco again, a Bandai 1 to 100 scale Wing Gundam Proto Zero. It's a master grade kit. So Hobbyco have been very generous, as have a number of other suppliers this year. So they've really come to the party and supported the charity there. That's great. And back to Icky Sticky, a sanding pack. This one has a cylindrical surface sander, sanding tool with 400 grit paper and 1,000 grit paper. Sanding twigs, a mixed bag with 100, 180, 240, 320, 400 and 600 grades. Sanding sticks, a mixed bag, 100, 180, 240, 320, 400, 600, 1,000 and 2,000 sticks. Polishing stick, a 2-pack. One side is a 1,200 grit, the other side is a 4,000 grit. Polishing twigs, 10-pack. One side 1,200, the other side 4,000. Sanding sponge sets with numbers 180, 240, 320, 400, 600, 1,000, 1,500, 2,000 and 3,000. Diamond file set, 10-piece. Needle file set, 10-piece. And a large glass file pack, 3. So the ones at the bottom of the image there. That'd be a very handy pack to have as well.
Those glass files are quite good.
I've heard. I've not used them, but they do look very good. I've seen, I think it would have been, one of the channels. Nigel's Modelling Bench.
Yes, I saw him
he was using his, and he loves them. He swears by them. Icky Sticky's tool pack. has a tungsten micro drill bit set. So these are, the set has got 0.3, 1 point, all the sizes from 0.3 to 1.2 mil. The set 2 has 1.1 mil, 2 mil, 2.1 mil, 3 mil, and a pin vise hard drill, hand drill, I should say. Sorry, hand drill. A 24-in-1 precision screwdriver set, a storage box, a screwdriver handle, and the 24 screw bits. Side lock tweezers, 2-pack, which would be very handy. Reverse action tweezers, 2-pack. Sprue cutters, single edge. Precision tweezer set, 9-pack with a bag. The scale ruler, different sizes, 1 to 12th, 1 to 24, 32nd, 35th, 48, and 72nd scale rulers. That look very handy. I was on Icky Sticky web page. I made a personal purchase of different things today, and I was looking through different products, and yeah, they look really good. Hobby knife set, 2 knife handles with sizes number 2, 30-pack, and also 2 times knife handle size number 2, and 30 times number 2 blades. And with the storage box, a stainless steel ruler, 15 centimeters, and a mini plier set, 5-piece with bag, as shown there. Jumping forward, Qatari have sponsored us this year with a 32nd scale BF 109 K4. Their recent boxing, very recent boxing. So that's a lovely kit there. My twin brother had literally just bought one, I think, last week. So thank you, Qatari. A clips pack from Icky Sticky. Right, so they have a paint clip set with a base, 10 small clips and 10 large clips. So inside the paint clip set, it's perforated. It's basically a board of the end of corrugated cardboard, if you like. So you can stand all the paint clips up vertically in that. Magnetic clip set. So it's a metal base or case with 6 flexible clips with rubber tips and 6 straight clips with rubber tips. Internal alligator clip, 10-pack. Standard alligator clips with wood. It's almost like skewers, if you like, as a handle, 10-pack. Flexible alligator clips, metal, 10-pack. Flexible alligator clips, double-ended, 10-pack. Stainless steel ruler, 30 centimeters, metric and imperial, or as Americans would say, standard. And an A3 self-healing cutting mat. So very generous lots there from Icky Sticky. Thank you, Monique. Hello. A kit sponsored by Hobbyco for this one. Hello is providing Hobbyco are providing a Concord starter set. So it comes with the paint glue and brush. So much like, say, starter kits from Airfix do. So that's 1 to 125 scale kit. Hobbyco have also got, the R34 Skyline, Nissan Skyline GTR from Fast and Furious. This is an interesting one. Hobartville Hobbies have, this is the first time this kit is being produced, and we have been given the first edition of it. So
That's beautiful.
It's a A10 Wamira trainer, an aircraft that was never built because it was going to be, as for the Australians, it was going to be the successor to the CT4 and the Mackie. But Australia went purchasing the Pilatus PC9 instead, which arguably I think was a fantastic decision anyway. But that's could have been a what if. Very close. In fact, the fuselage is still dead in Moorabbin Airport. So it's a 72nd scale 3D printed kit, the world's first Wamira, by Dave Forsyth at Hobartville Hobbies.
I've built a couple of Hobart Hobby kits. They do the Ikara and the Ikara launcher, which is the Australian missile system for launching torpedoes, anti-submarine torpedoes off surface ships, and it really produces a great kits.
He does. Hobartville Hobbies website. He's got all sorts of stuff. So one of the guys that I dropped into museum where I work is Fighter World outside the RAF base here, and I'm speaking to a friend of mine there, and he was complaining in a way. He's, I'm building an Academy F111, and the intakes are terrible. Intakes suck, as they do. But he's having a lot of trouble getting them to fit, and he came into the F111 we've got there, and he's having a look and said, they look nothing like it. And I just directed him to the Hobartville Hobbies webpage and said, this guy makes one-piece 3D printed intakes for both the Hobby Boss kit F111 in 48 and 72nd and 32nd scale. And the
That's
Academy,
amazing, John. That is these donors, what they're supplying. Yeah, are just amazing. So a huge thank you to the donors. Really appreciate it.
Yeah. So thank you, Dave, for that one. As I said, it's the first one in the world, and I've got it here. We could have a look at it later if you like, but somebody will be winning that, I hope. Hobby Vault in Adelaide, supplying as their first one this year is the Tamiya 48 scale F-35 Lightning II, which is a wonderful kit. I must admit, I did not like working on the aircraft. I think it's a terrible plane. It's an incredible plane, but it's a pain in the ass to work on. But yeah, what a kit. That's a really stunning kit. Okay, Gallery Airbrushes. They've put up the Stallions, a 2026 limited edition, because this is the year of the horse, I think, for the Chinese calendar. It's a double airbrush kit, and it looks amazing. However, I've just got a message from Gary Evans. So he's got a message from Gallery, and I'll read this out. First of all, this is from Jerome at Gallery. Thank you for your message. Hope everything is going well. First of all, my sincere apologies. The Stallion set has been delayed due to packaging-related issues, and the updated launch time is now expected to be about May to June. I completely understand the timing for the Models for Heroes 48-hour event this weekend, and unfortunately, it may be too late for us to provide Stallions samples in time for the auction. That said, I'd really like to support your event. We can offer a custom Aventus airbrush as an alternative auction item if that would be helpful. If you're interested, please let me know. I'll arrange everything from our side. The product will likely be shipped to us down here shortly after the event. Let me know if it could work for you. Thanks again for your understanding and continued support. So we're not able to offer this Stallion set. It would be an Aventus brush, which comes with a choice of colors and set up custom engraving up to 15 characters. So Gary Evans has got Gary's stuff written on the side of his. From memory, he says they're £200, so $400. Basically, the winner gets to specify their own airbrush, which is still a bloody cool lot to have, I think.
Oh, yeah.
So we'll see how that goes tomorrow. But unfortunately, as I say, it won't be the Stallions. It'll be an Aventus brush by Gallery. Skullcraft Studios in New Zealand, providing a donor for the 148 scale Edward Kamikaze Toko Tai. So it's a dual combo boxing of, as you see it, Kamikaze aircraft. That'll be a fantastic thing. I do have the Edward Zero here for the Pearl Harbor attack, and it's a beautiful looking thing, and I'd say it'll be just as good. Just an amazing kit, that one. This is the last kit I've managed to finish. Is this one? It's the 148 scale ICM Hamden, Handley Page Hamden, B marked Bark 1 from Metro Hobbies is the donor for this one. It's a beautiful kit, goes together very well. Can't show you, it's not here. It's in the cabinet at Frontline Hobbies in Newcastle. But beautiful kit. Also from Metro Hobbies, Das Werk. It's 35th scale, Sonderkraftfahrzeug 250/1 Ausführung B, the new version. So it's basically a short wheelbase Hanomag, one of the very early ones. So that's nice. This is where it gets weird. Metro Hobbies, also an Ayashima 124 scale Katagiri Kanata ZN6 Toyota 86 comic number 14 Seaside double lane version. That's very wordy. And it's in one of the things in the Japanese script, I sort of did a Google Translate thing, and I'll read that out later on, but it's a weird thing. But it's basically a Toyota 86, so it'll build up as a nice kit from Ayashima. Scale Model Supply. So Scott Taylor in Ballarat. local paints, and in fact, my favourite brand of paints on the planet. He's providing a number of auction lots all together here. So it's 15 SMS paints, including 2 limited edition colours. Personally, I think these paints are the colour graded schemes and everything else. They're my go-tos. Would you agree with that, Dave?
100%. I almost use them exclusively in unless I'm really struggling to find a colour that Scott hasn't got. But just above and beyond the great stuff that Scott produces, I think this is his 10th year now. He pretty much started the business about 6 months before or after I started the podcast. He's been a sensational supporter of the podcast for all those years. But more and above and beyond that, he is just such a great ambassador for the hobby. He's always there in boots and all, doing what he can. He's always been so wonderfully supportive and just generous towards a hobby that, you couldn't ask for a finer guy.
Yeah, thank you. So that's as you said, 15 SMS paints, including 2 limited edition colours. So that's a nice pack. Now, I had a look at these in the flesh down at my local brick and mortar thing the other day, and these look beautiful products as well. The SMS Micro detailing brushes, high quality synthetic brushes, fine detail work. They really do look like a nice brush. So that set there. You've used those ones?
Yeah, I've got a set. Yeah, they're really good.
Excellent. A 5-piece brush set. So the larger standard sort of brush set. I can't read the sizes there, but that'd be a decent brush.
They're a decent brush too.
Very good. SMS is a ceramic scraper. So these are really good for moving little bits of mold lines and that sort of stuff. Like I find. I use these. I think they're great because it doesn't really sort of etch into the plastic so much. It just goes on the surface, and they work really well. So
one of the best tools you could ever have. Well, in fact, if you have to put it in your top 10 of tools to have, that would be one of them because they're absolutely sensational.
Yeah, they're good. And replacement blades are very cheap. I believe it's about $5 or so.
Yep.
It's like
I've still got the original blade, and I've had it for about 6 years now.
Have you knocked the tip off yours? I got 2 of them. Knocked the tip off both.
I'm not as clumsy as you, I don't think, John.
I know I did.
Represent. And a dry brush set. So different sizes of dry brushes. Clearly, it's small, medium, large, and a smaller one, size whatever that is. But that'd be nice. The hyperchrome marker, silver and gold, the two pens of those, and the sanding sticks I have here, the mixed sanding sticks pack. So this is the fine, medium, coarse grades. So you can get them either 3 packs, of one color, or this one is the mixed pack of all 3, and they're very, very useful. On to Hobbyco again. Bandai 100 scale master grade Destiny Gundam, which that looks pretty funky. Thank you, Hobbyco. They also are providing Aishima's 1-to-144 scale Japanese Maritime Self-Defense Force rescue flying boat, the US 20th anniversary of its operational thing. So big flying boat there, but that's a funky kit. That's not the box. The box doesn't really show it shows details of like the spinners and stuff. It doesn't really show the product. So I've gone for a picture of the model built up there. So that's a funky kit. Hobby Vault again, 48 scale Gloucester Meteor F8. This one also has a British scheme, as you see it on the box art. Then it also comes with an Australian scheme, the Meteorites, which is it's a acrobatic display team in the twilight years of the Meteor. Basically, think of a silver Australian one with a blue fin. It's a Meteorites from Williamtown, where I am. Last couple now from Hobby Vault again, a 48 scale Revell F14A, the Grumman Tomcat. It's the Mavericks one from the movie. That should be cool. Last one from Scalecraft Studios is 48 scale Tamiya Messerschmitt ME262A1. This is a rare kit. It has clear parts.
Oh, wow.
So that's nice.
Nice.
Oh, very nice.
Sounds like there's a couple of people in the studio, including myself, that want that one.
Oh, drooling over that.
Hobbyco, their final one is the Husky 48 scale Aichi B7A2 attack bomber Ryushi Kai or Grace from 21st Air Arsenal Flying Group. That's a limited edition kit. That seems rather funky.
Yeah,
and the very last auction lot we have is a UK podcast, Beyond the Box Art, which is I believe it's IPMS UK's official podcast.
Yep.
They're offering up a co-host slot on their thing, so you'd be basically on stream with them for an episode of that.
And I believe
great bunch of guys. I know Brandy really well. I know the rest of the guys really well, and they got a really entertaining podcast. They do a lot of new kit stuff as well. So yeah, that'd be a great for somebody interested to go and do it.
Yeah, on that one, I believe that as a co-host, you get to choose the subject. Don't quote me on that. I will message Brownie and just confirm. So bear with, caller, and I will let you know in a bit.
Cool.
On the bench actually did that last year, and we the guy came down and I gave him breakfast, and he got a T-shirt and he got a challenge coin. Really looked after him.
Yeah, that was a good episode. I really enjoyed that one. Yeah, that was cool. Very cool. So, I think you would agree. There's a generous list of donors there for all the auction lots, and 36 of them, as I say. That's all. 34 lots. There we go.
And John, very well done for organising all that behind the scenes. That was great of you, mate.
Oh, thank you. There we go. So, Mikey, Beard Veteran Creates, is saying at least his other kits are okay. The main thing, right, Gary, is when the shelf fell down. It's like when James, when he had his heart attack a couple of years ago. Everyone's sort of gone by supporting, not so much supporting, sort of standing back a little safe distance, waiting until it's okay to go and raid the stash. I think that's when the shelf collapsed in Gary's room. We were doing that, just like, is the stash okay? And dibs that one. I was going to fly over to the UK and grab half of his gack. Didn't happen. Okay. So, sorry. Sorry. Black Hat. Stuart is saying at Clayton, I could be with this talk about auction items. You've suddenly developed a nervous tick. Just bear with. I just need to check something. There we go. I've just had a message. So the wonderful Jen Wright in the UK.
Genesis.
Genesis Designs Modelcraft. She's building a Tamiya 190D this year.
Oh, I did see that on her site on Instagram.
Cool. So when I last went to the UK, I went to Telford and met all the guys from Models for Heroes and stuff. I also met up with Jen. She and her friend Chuckles gave us a tour around the Tornadoes and Jags and stuff. So I'm still in awe of what she did that day. I thought it was wonderful, and found out later on she travelled such a long distance. So that's very cool. Okay, that's fine. There we go. Adam is saying icky sticky stuff is great for the Australian folks. I know many who use them down under. Yeah. Monique at Icky Sticky, as soon as I engaged with her, she was like, yeah, absolutely, we can do this. And she's been
brilliant stuff.
She's great at not only providing the auction lots, but the communication with her is awesome. So again, thank you, Monique. Paul Price, apart from the polymold, that looks like the shelf above the bench. Yeah, cool. Yeah, it is good stuff. Like their website is full of, you look, I can do some of that. I'm always breaking drills. So I've got packets of their, these are their, the different sort of tungsten drill bits and stuff. So I ordered a couple more of these today because I think I'd snapped the last of the 4 mil ones, 0.4 mil. So I put in an order for a number of things with her today. Adam is saying, if your twin brother wants an engine to go with the Qatari 109, a Fitchcop have the DB engine coming out in second quarter. We'll see. I think he would probably. We'll see. I'll let him know. But
they look very nice. Those engines. They do them for the Spitfires as well. The
that's
Merlins.
right. They do look good. Yeah, Andrew is. Yeah, he likes the Wymera. It does look like a nice little thing. Adam, yeah, and someone with the Aventus custom airbrush, he said I can recommend it. So yeah, that change from the Gallery Stallions one to an Aventus brush, I don't think you're going to be losing much. I think it does look like a nice bit of kit. Paul, oh, that's a nice kit, whichever one that was, I don't know. Andrew's using the Aventus brush right now. Is that? Sorry. Yes, must be. And yeah, and James is saying, well done, John, for the hard work with the auction. Yeah.
Nice job, mate. Well done.
There you go. Ray Davis is saying he's starting on the 72nd scale Commonwealth Aircraft Corporation. We're away from Special Hobby. Cool.
Awesome.
G'day, Ray.
Yeah. Hello, Ray. Patrick is saying the U2 is an amazing aircraft. He's seen videos on YouTube on it. That's the flying boat in Japanese self-defense force. Yeah, Jim, he's back from his walk. As he walks, the 48 and 48 theme went through my mind and gave me a spring in my step. I'll tell you what, I'll have to play that in a moment. Corin is saying, well, it's midnight. I'm going to turn into a pumpkin. Good night. All happy building.
Night.
So it must be in New Zealand. Yes. Right. And Stu is he's had the Fitchcop Spitfire engine and it's magnificent. Highly recommended. And Ray is saying hi to everyone. Yeah. Alex says it's a good mix of items. The auction, well done, John and Co. It has. There's a lot of aircraft there. It would have been good to cater for all modelers, but we've got Gundam kits for the first time because, so one of the things I'm quite mindful of is I don't like say, oh no, I only build armor or I only build aircraft or ships or whatever. I think I jump around a bit, and I think if you restrict yourself to just one, you're probably losing a bit of fun, a bit of enjoyment.
Yeah, a bit of burnout as well.
Okay. Sorry, check messages.
Yeah.
Oh,
John.
Hello.
Quick one for you. As we're nearly 2 hours in, how about we go around and see what everybody's up to and what stage they're at?
Let's do that.
That'd be a really good idea. But before we do that, as I've just jumped in very quickly, I wanted to voice. Sorry, I'm walking around the house, so I do apologise. I wanted to voice a big thank you to Steph and John for their efforts with the auction lots. It's taken a lot of effort over a long period of time for the collection of contacts and discussions about what would be offered and the generosity from everybody, all the donors, etc. So please don't underestimate the amount of effort that's taken. And to highlight that, it says, oh my God, I just have to turn it around. It's easier. So this is my front room right now.
Whoa.
So this is the some, not all, but some of the auction lots for the UK. And they've been coming in literally for the last month or so, where the donors have been sending them off into us. So it's really great that the guys have offered us the airbrushes, and obviously there's a slight change, which is a shame, but you know, it's great to see that they are still supporting us. So it's really, really important, especially in every single area, that the support for the auctions is as massively as it can be, because it's really important that we show the appreciation we can to the donors. Yes, it's about raising money for Models for Heroes, and yes, you know, it would be nice for things to go for really good money. There will be some bargains throughout the weekend. Don't panic. So it's not a case of you're going to be priced out of it. So yeah, don't worry about that too much. But especially in the Australasia section, our auctions have sometimes been a little quiet. There's a lot more people involved this year, I think, looking at the stats so far. So we're looking like we're going to have quite a good thing. Remember, in the auctions that basically all the auctions will be done in peak flow times of YouTube. So that's from around about 7:30 through to 10 o'clock, somewhere around there. Most of the auctions will take place. There will be some things that will be dropped in every now and again but in different zones and regions. You may even find some people drop things into the deal, so to speak, to make things a little bit sweeter, which sometimes happens. So yeah, just make sure you tune in, make sure that you take part of it. But more importantly than all of that, spread the word, get your friends online and get them involved in the auctions too, because you really don't want to miss out on some of the bargains. And that is me, and as you can see, I am dressed for work, so ta-ta.
Very dapper, James.
Thank you, James.
No worries.
Cheers.
There we go. So, remove myself from the stream. I hit the wrong button there. All right. So, okay. So let's go around and see what everyone's working on before we play the coffee break music. Steph, what have you got there? It's a turret. Or
That's the turret from my Nutcracker. So I'm just cleaning out now, and that is ready to go into primer. So once I finish cleaning this up, I have to run away for a couple of hours because I have to go and tell my garage off because my car was serviced and they didn't tighten up the oil filter. So it dumped all of its oil along the road. Luckily, we were just pulling in to park up. So yeah, I have to go and read them the right act once I've cleaned this up.
Wow. How many parts would you say are on that turret?
Roughly. Not many.
Yeah?
Not many at all. I'd probably say about 30, if that.
Yeah.
But this vehicle is an automaton. So there's no crew to it. But what you do get in the kit is you can't see that very well. There we go. You get what is called the Melisse and the Gustav.
Oh.
So I'll be building those as well.
Cool.
So I'm just about to work on the body. So next.
Jump across to Callum.
So I've just been doing a bit of planning for once with build steps and stuff. So I've just been making everything into little sub-assemblies. So then I can get, when I start painting, I just do one big painting session instead of doing like paint here, build here, paint here, build here. So, and I've also gone off the instructions a bit, like say for the fuselage, you kind of build the fuselage up attached to the side sort of thing, but I wanted to keep it separate to make painting a bit easier. So to great pains to myself, I managed to build it without any supports and get it to fit. So a little bit of that modeling masochistic side to me. So I'm just focusing on the wings at the moment, and then basically by the end of this episode, I'll have everything ready to start painting tomorrow.
Looking good. Let's jump across to Craig.
Okay. What I've done is I've built up the main body or the test area of the Gundam so far. It's got little. They actually work the shoulder joints, and I am cutting up everything, getting ready for paint, which I'm going to be painting everything a bit like what Callum's doing. He's getting everything ready at the same time, just for one big session. Get all the undercoat and then probably start painting tonight, hopefully, or early tomorrow.
Cool. Looking good. Jumping to, let's go to Jeff down in Tassie.
Okay, so far, doing a bit of paint on a few little sub-assemblies. There's not much to this kit at all, which is really good. So basically, the cockpit assembly is all put together. I'm just blocking in some of the paint bits there with a larger brush, and then I'm going to come in with a smaller brush just to do the small colours in. Give that a quick seal, and I should be ready to glue the fuselage together. Paint the wing tonight. Paint all the other flat surfaces, all the other control surfaces, and pretty well have it ready for assembly probably the next hour.
Cool.
Nice.
It's
not really liking the Vallejo paints, but I've realised I've just thinned them out a little bit more, and they seem to flow like Tamiya. I've been using Tamiya for a long time, and I've really got a good thing going with them. So I'm just working out a different plan of attack.
So that'd be the model color, the Vallejo model color, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be for airbrush.
Oh, yeah, Vallejo, yeah.
Yeah, so basically that was the only RLM5 I could get in the 3 hobby shops that are in Hobart, which was a bit, I wanted to try and get the model colour that I normally use, but this works. It thins out okay, and it'll flow. And again, it's such a tiny kit, you're not even going to see in there anyway, so it's all good.
That's cool. It's looking good. And Dave.
Just got all the wheels done now, so they're all the road wheels and the all done. So they're ready for painting, which will probably be tomorrow. Just working on cleaning up the top part of the hull. Surprisingly, there's quite a bit amount of cleanup on this kit. It's an old Trumpeter kit. I don't know how old it is. I'll have to go in. Yeah, so I should have the hull ready and assembled tonight and ready for painting, or tomorrow, I should say.
Cool. I do like S tanks. I think they look really funky.
Yeah, absolutely, very funky.
And me, changed my camera. So yeah, I haven't. I primed maybe an hour ago. I've just left them since. So all the pieces are just sort of sitting there. I'm about to just proceed with that. Like, I'll be able to start painting these shortly. So the scheme I'm going for in these, the choices, because this was never actually finished, it was scrapped before it flew, is either high-speed silver or trainer yellow. With the, I'm going to go for the yellow one because I believe, well, certainly I think that it would have been probably yellow because all the other trial aircraft at that time were yellow, or certainly yellow undersides with black, or different sort of schemes with towing duties, that sort of thing. So I'm going to go with yellow. I also think it'll look funky sitting next to the orange Bell X1. So I'll do that. Yeah. And
that's quite ironic, John. In fact, that's very ironic.
Why is that?
Because the tail, now the story behind it is the M52 should have broken the speed barrier.
Yeah.
But because of certain things that were going on at the time, there was meant to have been an exchange of scientific ideas between us and the Americans. So,
and there wasn't.
No, and they took all the details from the Miles 52 and applied it to the Bell X1, and that then broke the sound barrier.
Yes.
So that's quite ironic putting them both together, mate.
I think, yeah, because they look similar. In that, like, I think the same problems have the same solutions often. But as we'd all be aware, I think that the Bell X1 was a rocket-powered aircraft dropped from a bomber, whereas this one is going to be the world's first afterburner, or reheat, as the British like to call it, Whittle engine. And the book I've read, which is by Winkle Brown, who's going to be the pilot, he's adamant that it would have broken the barrier. And at the last couple of, I think, 5 appendices at the back of the book, what they've done since is do computer modeling and all sorts of stuff. So they dropped a model of one of these, I think a 1/3 scale model from a bomber or Mosquito or something or other, and it exceeded 1,000 miles an hour. So faster than the speed of sound before breaking up and all that stuff. So it looks like it would have actually worked. But it's one of the things that was cancelled by the British in 1946. 45. So this is actually quite a way before the before the Bell X1. But the Americans were nowhere near developing a jet engine of their own, which is why they went for a rocket one instead. But it's an interesting story.
It is.
Do
Get
like
the research it. Have a research.
It's a good book. I got it on an ebook. But to get out of that, Winkle Brown was saying, the cone on the nose would eject, and then you'd have to get out of that. I think his quote was, "You can avoid certain death by committing suicide." So it wouldn't have worked. And having said that word, I'm going to move on and pretend it never happened, and I'm going to play some coffee music, I think.
Oh. Yes, I need a quick break.
I won't be here.
I'm going for a break too.
Oh, you're about to go?
Yep, I'm just about to pop off and go and tell my garage off.
Oh, yes.
All
okay.
right.
In a very nice way. I will see you guys when I come back.
No worries at all.
We'll be here.
And lunge.
Let's get up. Not going until the music starts.
Right. So I've changed my angle around. I'm using the world's smallest vise to slice off the armature of the canopy here. I was thinking during that that coffee break, I was going to ask, what has everybody got on their bench apart from this weekend? Like, were you guys building anything in particular, or?
Yeah, I was building I was building this.
Oh,
that one there,
okay.
And that will go with. If I bring this up the screen, have I got enough cable? Yeah, I do.
Oh wow.
Yeah, there we go. I've already built the other one, so this will match nicely.
Very cool. Yeah, they look great. Those Horizon rockets, I thought were. I had not built one myself, but I did rat through a box at Frontline Hobbies. They look wonderful.
Do you have one at all in your stash?
No, I don't. No.
Well, I know a guy who can hook you up. So talk to me during the weekend, mate, and I can. I've got a couple spare ones.
God. All right. Yeah, I'd sell my left nut. Thank you very much. I don't have to do that now.
No, you don't have to do that. No, I certainly don't want that.
Good. Yeah, because yeah, I think I lent my twin brother the right one. He's like a lawnmower. He's had it for a while. Oh, he's actually on a cruise ship right now, heading from Brisbane up towards Cyclone Narelle. Yeah, far north Queensland. He's going up to Cairns, which has been rattled by very strong winds and high waves and all that stuff like that. Oh,
well, I'm half expecting to get a call to head up there, actually. So
yeah, this isn't cutting so well. I feel I might shatter this if I keep going. It just feels a little bit flimsy. I'm going to tell you what, I might try it the other way. Yeah, it's a weird camera angle, I know, but like the alternative is me showing you my hairy legs. You know, don't want that to happen.
Yeah, John, this is what I've been working on. This is what I'm actually taking a break from. This is what this weekend is actually. This weekend is helping me out a lot. I've spent 4 months working on this British diorama.
Huh.
I need a break from it. I can get that.
What type of tank is that? A Challenger or something else?
It's
No?
a Comet.
A Comet. There you go. Yeah, I really don't know armor. I'm sorry.
We've got 10 figures on there, 2 tankers, riders, a surrendering German, and a P-up team taking the piss out of the German, just for a bit of fun.
Okay, so those figures, did you, is that a set in those poses, or did you sort of reconfigure those?
So these two are from a Bronco British tanker set. So they got all different ones. The riders, mini art. These two are from, I think they're from Temu, and that one's from AliExpress, I think.
Right.
Got sent those by a mate because he didn't want them. So I said, I'll take them. I'll find a use for them. And yeah, culminated into a 10-figure diorama, although I've only painted 9 because I got up to painting the German and I lost all interest in figures for a while. Kind of finished all 9 and just went, yeah, I need a break from you. So, but yeah, so this is going to be Germany 1945 diorama. Yeah.
That's looking good, Carl.
But yeah, this weekend has given me a break from it.
Oh, okay. Let's jump down to Jeff. That looks interesting.
Yeah, I've just been labouring over this horrible old Special Hobbies limited edition kit, the DO 317. From start to finish, the whole top section of the wing had this horrible flash left all in it, which a lot of it I had to cut out,
fill, sand, and then re-cut back in, which was the reason now why I am going to hang it from the ceiling so you can't see it. You can only look at the bottom of it because the bottom of it looks really good. And what I've also done is I've put the parasite glider on top. That sometimes they used to use these to transport and launch them as well from. So in the last couple of days, I've managed to do some rigging on the side of the frame that I made up just out of sprue parts that were just lying around. I just cut up some stuff and just had a quick look online, and there was a few pictures. So I just thought, well, engineer it up. It has to sit this way, and then all I've got to do now is make the tripod at the front look more like a tripod. Drill some holes in the wing, hang some fishing line on it, and hang it up the ceiling really quick so I can't see it from the top.
What was the purpose, Jeff, of the glider?
The glider was a interceptor. So a lot of them had machine guns on them. Also, a lot of them were just gliders that were bombs, like a V2. So it's just hang on a sec. I've got the box here that it came from. Oh, I did have. I always cut the box art out. All right, so that's the little glider that sits on the top. So the Michi Smith 328. So it either had the longer wing or a short wing version. So this long wing version, they would glide in from further out, and the shorter wing version, they would come right up and just drop straight in. So I thought I wanted to hide as much of that top section of the wing that was really bad. So I decided to use the glider to hide as much as I could so you couldn't see it. And that was it. I don't think they ever used them that much. In all the stuff that I found, there was only probably 5 or 6 that they did that way, and they just used to transport them around. So I just thought, well, I've got both the kits, so I might as well coincide and utilize it. And then this kit also had was my first go at using cast resin, which was some of it just disintegrated to dust. So I lost a lot of the section that hangs down in front of the pilot with the control panel and everything and the joystick. I thought, well, I'm going to hang it from the ceiling, so I'm not going to see it. So I didn't worry about trying to scratch build or anything. I've got it to that stage. That's as far as I'm going to get it now. So that's what I've been working on. Also, a little side gig, a little
Schwimmwagen.
Yep. Just did a quick freehand camouflage on it. Again, I paint by hand. I hardly tape anything up. Then I'll just go back in and touch up. I will eventually get myself an airbrush. I'm just looking at it now. But yeah, I'm very happy with using just a paintbrush.
Well, I know a charity that's auctioning off an airbrush this weekend.
Yeah. I heard there's a pretty good one, so I might look into it. But I'm going to Adelaide in a couple of weeks, so I'm just making sure.
Sorry?
I'm heading to Adelaide for 9 days.
I heard you. I'm just sorry.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, Adelaide, yeah, well, I don't mind.
No, I lived in Adelaide for 5 years with a RAF posting there. It's not that bad.
No, it's not that bad at all. No, I've got some very close friends there that I haven't seen for a while, and I need a little bit of rest and relaxation. So I'm going to go and have some rest and relaxation.
Cool. There are certainly worse places.
Oh, absolutely.
What about Craig? What have you got on the not this weekend? Are you working on anything?
Well, let me just show you. This is the Revell F-35A with the Australian markings for 77 Squadron.
Now I need to go and lie down.
What I'm going to do because this is actually able to be done wheels up.
Wow.
That's
So
cool.
Well, that's good.
it'll be in flight, and I've got a magnetic system that'll support it when I've got it, when the engine's actually glued in and painted. It'll sit like that, and I'll bend the rod and put it on the base. And it'll be at fully loaded as well.
Beast mode here.
Yes.
Wow, hefty.
Okay. So where did you procure your rod, your support?
eBay. Evil Bay.
eBay.
Yep.
So, yeah, I wouldn't
And
mind
I'm
doing
just
something like
using the Green Stuff rotating magnets.
Cool.
Oh yeah.
So,
Okay.
have you mounted aircraft on display bases like that before?
No, this will be the first time.
Right.
I've watched a couple of videos where guys have done it. It doesn't look that hard, but I've got to just design the base that I want to do it on. Something wood, and possibly with the insignia of 77 Squadron on it.
Yeah. So, so 77 Squadron was my last posting. I was booted out of Air Force in trying to remember when it was 2022, November 2022. So, 77 F-35s is what I was working around. I was on. Oh yeah, that mug. That looks familiar. Who got you that, Dave?
Oh no, some guy I used to know in Blue Orchids.
Somebody that I used to know.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I as I said before, I started on Herx. I was with Herx for about 15 years.
Okay.
and then I was on the first J model course. So I lived in America for 3 months while we were doing the course there in Marietta in Georgia. Then I stayed with the J's for another 10 years, number of Middle East tours and all that sort of stuff. Then from there, got a respite posting down to Melbourne to Laverton as just ordering spare parts for aircraft common spares. That sort of thing. And then from there, across to Adelaide for 5 years on the AP3C Orion 10 Squadron. Then up here to Williamtown. So I did the final 2 years at 2OCU on the classic Hornet, the A and the B model.
Yep.
And then I was on the first Australian course on the F-35. And
what was your favourite aircraft to work on?
Oh, absolutely the Herc.
Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't like the Orion much, which is sort of odd. You'd think two Lockheed products manufactured about the same time would be similar to work on. But in my opinion, and I'm going to make a lot of Raffies upset by this statement, the Herc has two things the Orion did not, which is symmetry and logic. That, as well as that, the Orion is full of systems that were done by other contractors, and they just did a terrible job installing them. So we'd open a panel and just go, "Well, you can't do that," and then have to fix it. F-35, the Hornet was wonderful to work on. Everything was accessible and all that sort of stuff. It was just a really, really good plane to work. I don't think anyone who worked on them didn't like them. F-35, on the other hand, is a terrible, terrible plane to work on. And it's all to do with the stealth coding that, having to get access to things is time consuming, and it can take literally days to do what would take probably about 3-4 hours on the other jet.
That was the same with the stealth one, the B1, the original. Heard reports that it was terrible to work on only because of the stealth coding.
Okay.
And I imagine the B-21 would be similar.
Oh, I imagine so. Yeah, it's just it's just not a lot of fun working around that stuff. That It's an absolutely interesting jet. There's technology on it that I wasn't even aware that we had that technology, but I'm not going to talk about that here, of course.
Of course not. But there was a guy, I think a test pilot. He reckons to make the best jet, you should marry the A model with the wings of the C model, and he said then it would be a superb jet.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I know nothing about the B and the C really, because we Australia only has the A's. But
that may change at some stage.
I doubt it.
Well, I don't know. Well, not at the moment, but there was talk about them getting the Bs and running them off the Canberra.
No,
you can't do that. You can't do it. It's too much work to reconfigure the Canberra. It would be a major overhaul.
Yeah. So my nephew used to work on the Canberra.
Yeah.
And he confirms that it's not designed to operate. With the exhaust pointing down at the deck.
You could probably lily pad them beads in an emergency, but no. If you're going to do that, we want to go and get a dedicated small carrier to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So no, look, I'm glad I got to get up close and lick them, but I did not like working on them at all. Like it was just problematic. Okay, so going back, I hadn't been neglecting the comments a bit. Ray Davis is saying, "Hey, Dave, you're moving faster with that build than the Moosaroo." so who built? I didn't ask on your page the other day. The Japanese Moosaroo, was that you building that, or was it?
Yeah, that was me. No, it was me. It was my turn. So.
Very good.
It was moving at a snail's pace. Well, I had that undiagnosed health issue where I was severely sort of down on my vitamin B, which is causing me to be lethargic and tired all the time. And plus, it was a car. So that was the other thing. So I got hit with a double whammy. I got through it and I got it across the line, and the photos have been submitted for Heritage Con, which is coming up next weekend.
Yeah. Sounds right.
I can say I finished it.
Very good.
Wouldn't want to go back again.
That's cool. So Jim is saying that he uses Vallejo paints quite a bit. Regarding the old formula of their model color range, I thought crude oil was thick, and then tried to thin this paint. Yeah. I think the color range is great. Model colors really good for brushing and stuff like that, but some of them are better at thinning, I find, than others. So I tend to use what I can. But say, for instance, the model color range don't necessarily have RLM colors or British Standard colors or stuff. It's sort of weird. There we go. Jim confirms that he has no voices. He's as pure as a driven snow. Clayton says, it's nice, Dave. It's nice Dave lets his grandkids show their models in his display case. Oh.
What does he mean by that?
I think you're going to have head up to Sydney and have a long, hard chat with your mate Clayton.
No, actually, we were all hooking up in Penang in... I want to say June. There's the Malcolm Model Show in Penang. On. We're all shooting up there for that, and I'll have a quiet word on the side to him when I see him up there.
Yeah, I spent
a
bit of time.
Cheeky bugger, cheeky bugger.
That's cool. Ray says that's a really nice display of rockets head, Dave.
Thanks very much. I've got a better one. I'll show you this one.
All right.
Let me.
Oh wow. Are they all to scale in relation to each other?
They're all 72nd scale, correct.
Oh right.
Interesting one is that. I can get my thumb in it, finger. What that Chinese one there? That was interesting to find and build. Whereas all these ones over here are, oh, come on, get the focus, Dave. They're all ICBMs or military topped rockets. And then we go across to my favourite, which is my sci-fi stuff.
Oh, look at that!
Yeah.
Wow.
Hang on. So the Discovery. What's on the top shelf there? What's that orange and white one?
That is a Hawk from
Space 1999.
Space 1999.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Very nice.
What scale is that TIE fighter, Dave?
The TIE fighter? You know what? You've got me caught out. I would not know. I couldn't tell you. I want to say 72nd scale because I was in a 72nd scale sort of bug.
Is that the Bandai one?
Yeah, well, yes, it is. Yeah.
Yeah, so it'll be 72nd. Yeah.
No.
I got the 32nd scale one.
Right. Yeah, that was a bit big for me, so I stuck
For
with
the
72nd
AMT
scale.
one.
Right. Yeah.
I'm going to build at some stage.
Look, that one, it was a beautiful kit to build. It went together so easy.
Yeah.
I absolutely loved it. And I kind of wish that I was brave enough to put some lighting into it because it would have really, set it off. But if you're looking for a kit to build for Star Wars, you can't go past Bandai.
No, I've got several.
Yeah.
Wow. So, while you're on the big screen there, Dave, like Stuart says, nice dong you have there, Dave. What's it going to be when it grows up?
Yes,
Wow.
the Chinese rocket is called the Dong. So, and that's the official name too. It's not something I'm making up.
Jim is saying he's working on the Trumpeter KV1 942 version and a Dragon Models Panzer IV. Us from J. Mikey, bearded veteran Kratz, is saying, "Well, hey, Callum, long time no see." And Callum, Columbus Models, is replying, "Well, hey, Mikey, saying to you, bud, daylight savings in soon. I'll be able to catch your streams again on Fridays." Ooh. Yeah, and so any viewers that don't know, if you want to hear more of my dulcet tones and my non-accent, being an Australian, we don't have them. I'm generally on Bearded Veteran Creates, I think at the moment 4 nights a week, building GAC with him. It's a bit of fun. The Schwinwagen said, Jim. Aaronville is saying, hello, been here since 8:30 a.m. UK, watching, listening, learning stuff. Excellent program and great videos, Model Officer. Thank you. Moz is in. Good morning, all. Hello, Moz. And I guess in the UK we'll start at 7:30 p.m. You're absolutely correct. So they'll start building their kits at 8 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time. But yeah, their stream starts at 7:30, which is actually wrong. They start building at 7:30, but their stream goes live much, much earlier than that. I'm just pulling up the roster of timings. Just bear with me, and I'll give you. Why don't I have a picture of it? There we go. So UK stream is starting at 1 p.m. your time. So it's many hours before they start building the kits, but it's basically a continuous stream for people to do exactly what we're doing here, chin wagging and all that stuff like that. But yeah, you can catch them from 1 p.m. UK time. Yeah. Clayton says, "Oh, don't say hooking up in Penang, Dave, because that." Yeah. What happens in Penang stays in Penang. Oh,
I thought that was Thailand.
Well, Penang, the food, it's so good. Love it.
Well, I'm in trouble because
Thailand.
I don't like spicy food, so I think I'm going to be looking for local McDonald's and just eating out of there.
Oh, okay. It doesn't taste like McDonald's.
No,
so yeah, try some rotis if you're over there. Like, it's not necessarily, you can have different flavors, but yeah, rotis, which are it's more of a breakfast dish for them, if that makes sense.
You want to hit the street stalls where it's nice and fresh and cooked right in front of you.
Yeah, it's beautiful food, but they got lots of choices. It's not all spicy.
After being severely poisoned in Lisbon just recently, I'm a bit gun shy about having street food or anything else like that. I'll give you that tip.
Food poisoning from Lisbon.
Pardon?
Wow. You had food poisoning in Spain.
No, Portugal.
Oh, sorry, Portugal. My mistake. What
it was very bad food poisoning, and it presented as if I'd had a stroke. It was I got poisoning from fish, and it took me many weeks to recover.
Right.
Well, it cost me about because I flew out there. That I got sick on the Saturday night, and we were supposed to fly out to Canada on the Sunday, and my wife said, "I'm going to take you to hospital." I said, "No, just get me on the plane, get me to Canada," and so I got to Canada, and my sister-in-law is a nurse, and she took one look at me and said, "No, you're going to the hospital." So,
wow,
$7.5 grand later. Always have travel insurance, gentlemen. Always. Luckily, I did. So, but they did everything. Gave me all the inspected in all the holes and all the crevices and found nothing. Thank goodness.
All right, good. Paul is saying there's plenty of choice in Penang, Dave, including the beers. Hong Kong bar.
I can do a beer diet for the weekend. That'll be fine.
There used to be an Irish pub in the middle of Penang called O'Malley's, which is sort of weird because, I think there's no street signs. No one knows where anyone is in Ireland because I think all the street signs have been knocked off and they're around the world in Irish pubs. But they had, the O'Malley's is sort of weird because, it's a big Guinness sign out the front sponsoring the premises and they didn't sell Guinness.
Wow, that's crazy.
Joe's saying, wait, I'm Australian? He thought he detected a Georgian accent. No, sir. David the Valleys, he's on the F-35. He's built the Tamiya A, the Revell B, and he's got the Tamiya C waiting. Yeah, it looks like a beautiful kit. I've only built the Meng A. It's nowhere near it's good. It goes together well, but it's nowhere near the detail and finesse of the Tamiya one. Just by looking at the plastic.
Did Tamiya do a B model?
They have, yeah, both
right, okay.
72nd and 48.
Well, you'd want to get the triple set, wouldn't you? All from Tamiya.
Yeah,
so, they've done the C as well.
Yeah, me and a couple of mates, we're all building one each, and we're going to put them in the cabinet at the front line just so people ask questions. We could point out the differences between them and stuff like that. So I bought the A. The other guys are doing the others. So that'll be all right. Get to build another F-35.
Yeah.
No, I just didn't like working on them. All right, so I mentioned, what are you building? What do you got on your bench apart from, this weekend? So I've got a couple of things on the go. With Beta Veteran Stream, we're doing on Tuesdays. This is a mini art 35th scale Austin armored car. So it's the chassis for it. Sort of come together, start building up from that. But you won't see any of this when it's all done because it's an armored car. There's no sort of holes in it, really. That's a bit of fun. I'm also doing a Tonka, a Tornado, because I can, 72nd scale one. And the one, so I was doing a biplane, which I was loving, in fact. Oh, dear.
Yeah, what happened with that?
Okay, give me a sec.
While you're digging that out, if you enjoy the tornadoes, get across to Western Australia and go to the Air Museum there. They've got a tornado there, which is you crawl all over and have a lot of fun.
Okay, so this is Edward Bristol Fighter, 48 scale. And it's coming together.
You were doing the rigging last time I saw.
No, not really. Just basically, I just put a couple on. They're just easy line, so I can get at them. But then I was going to put the wing together, put the top wing on. And I realized that, it was then I realized. So it's got all these interplane struts. It's got one that I've knocked off, but it's got these 4 cabane struts. So one's from the fuselage heading up. But then the interplane struts, it's got 4 on each wing. 2 there, 2 there. I I threw 2 of them out. These 2 inboard forward ones. I picked up a sprue and just sort of went, oh, because I have all the other ones painted and primed and ready to go. They're all here. So with wood effects and all that sort of stuff like that. And just sort of went, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, they're all there. These must be spares. Threw them in the bin, and then the next day, oh God, yesterday was bin night, and I threw them out. And anyway, got on to Edward. So they're sending out some new ones, but while I'm waiting for them, I had to do something else. So I picked up a chipmunk, an FX chipmunk again. So I'm doing a different scheme, not the red and white one. I'm doing a different scheme. So that's coming along. And I've just finished with Mikey's stream. We'd finished the Mini Art Omnibus, which is a cracker of a build. Loved
That
it.
was a great build, that one.
And that's come up rather well. But it's probably one of the most rewarding kits I've done. It's complicated as all get out. Aaron Bill is saying, hi Moz, watch your channel every week. Excellent program. David the Valleys is saying, yes, I am looking forward to getting the B as well. Yeah, the B looks nicer than the A, I think. Dave Cummings is in. He's saying, if you're building the A model for the museum, we show people how the B and the C model have the wings in the right place and the right way up. You bastard, Dave. You bastard. Too soon. So what was happening, I don't have it here, but I built a Fokker D7. An Edward 48 scale one, and on one of the live streams, I was holding the center wing section. Where did I put that? There we go. I was putting the top wing on the aircraft, and I was holding the center wing section like that, and lining up all the struts. And I spent about an hour getting it all straight, and it was perfectly straight. And at the end of the stream, with about 2 minutes to go, I took my hand away and realized I put the wing on facing the other way around.
The other way.
Yeah, so that's why I've got this reputation of putting things on backwards, because I put things on backwards. So, yeah. Dave, you're a bastard. Aaron Bill says, I watch many model channels and model railways. Everyone is great to see. And, yeah, I'm always interested in what people are doing as well. Yeah, I agree. I watch a number of them. It's all good. So that's all the chat for now, for a moment. So I get to... How are we doing for time? Still got, about 2 hours left.
We can fill that quite easily.
Oh, yeah.
2 hours, 2 schmours.
What do you think? There's no guidance for this one because it was never finished. What colour would you paint the interior? British interior, the green-grey, like British interior green, or would you go black? Considering, say, if it was like the interior of, say, a Meteor jet at the time.
What year was it?
1945.
Oh, I'd follow wartime practices.
Yeah, I'd say it would be wartime.
So go for British interior green?
Yeah.
I would. In my humble opinion.
Green it is. Yeah, no, I'll do that. And as I say, I don't really know. There were no images of the cockpit made up. Oh, the interior. There's a couple, but they're black and white. So, what it was showing was the instrument panel, which was like every other instrument panel, black with the big 6. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was saying that was all for the chat for now. And Mikey comes back and says, "Oh, all the chat except this one, and this one."
Leave him hanging.
And Dave says, "Yeah, I've not read this one out either."
Yeah,
or indeed that one, says Dave.
Hang.
Bunch of comedians, aren't they? They're a bunch of comedians.
How's it hanging, Mikey?
Jim, over in so Jim, are you back in Chicago now? Or are you still in Arizona? He's asking Mikey, what are you working on? BVC, Be the Veteran Creates, and Mikey says he's the Hobbyboss Land Wasserschlepper, which is like a floaty thing. It's like a boat hull thing with trank tax.
Tank tracks.
It's
boat with
tank
trank
tracks.
tax. Shush! I'm right. You're wrong.
Okay.
I've got clearly no idea.
And I've gotten past. I've gotten past the 5-minute mark, and you haven't got rid of me yet. So there you
go. That's true. Jim is saying, the Landschwepper. I'm going to play just because I can. Just a little sort of hello from people. So we got a couple of people, and they just sort of like give us a hello as a break. So here's a guy I think everybody would know.
Hello MFH community, May here, well done on the 48 in 48, and I've been asked to remind you to take regular breaks when modelling. Walk around, have a brew, stretch, take a break. Anyway, I'm about to start working on this. There will be a lot of breaks and breakages.
It's great to see, big name people like that coming on and supporting us. And I'm thinking back to when we had Al Murray on the show, and we're talking about building tanks. And he was great to have on the show. A real laugh. It was terrific. And I've been chasing down a couple of other big name stars, but you got to get past their handlers is the hard part. I mean, getting hold of Alan to get him on the show, that took about 6 months of work, would you believe? Of really hard sort of, having the crack.
No, I would believe that. So apart from being involved, so that was recorded for last year's stream, but one of the auction lots in the UK this year is a model from the stash of James May, and signed by him as well.
Oh, geez, that'll go off.
I think so. But sort of this, for me, he's one of the guys I'd love to sit down and have a chat with, and a beer in a booth, that sort of thing. I think he'd be a really interesting chap.
Yeah, I reckon so too.
And just for jollies, I'll play another one. So this is Dale from Dale Luckhurst, head of brand at Epix.
Models for Heroes is a charity very close to our hearts here at Epix. Modelling has always had something of a serious reputation, with the time, dedication it takes to put together the perfect model. However, we believe that the journey is far important than the destination, regardless of how long it takes. Over the years, Epix has proven we're more than just a business. Epix is the foundation of a fantastic community which welcomes every modeller with open arms. We're proud that the modelling community is inclusive, accepting and endlessly helpful, and we vow to mirror these attributes in everything we do, especially our support for Models for Heroes.
I was fortunate enough to fall in a conversation with Dale, with my twin brother at Telford 2 years ago or so. And he's a hell of a nice chap. In fact, he recognised me. Paul and I were walking around the auditorium, and he looked up and he's talking to somebody else, and he said, "Oh, excuse me," sort of made a beeline to me and said, "Oh, hello. You're a." He's talking to Paul. He said, "You're not influencer. What do you say? You're a communicator or something or other. You're on the socials." And Paul said, "No, that's him." And he said, "Oh, okay. What channel?" I said, "Oh, I don't have a channel. I do now." But I said, "No, I'm one of the volunteer and Models for Heroes live streams." And he went, "Oh, John Marley." What? I thought that was cool. So I'll go to my grave just going, bloody hell, Dale recognised me before I recognised him. It was awesome, because I wasn't looking up at that time. Just like, holy shit. So we had a great old chat and laugh about everything and how good the show was. And it was a fanboy moment, I got to admit. It was just a hell of a nice guy to meet. So that's nice. Oh yeah, okay. So Dave is back in Chicago now. He misses the warm, sunny, dry climate of Arizona already. Is it? How is the weather there? Is it sleet? Does the snow stop, Jim? And Gary Morris is saying hi, Duke Wellington. Oh, Duke is in. Duke from Shepparton. G'day, all you beautiful people. Hope you're all having fun. Gary Morris is wondering when I'd read that one. Well, just now, in fact. Graham is saying at Mikey and at Gary Morris, Shelfie, I hope John takes his revenge when you're on later. Yeah, maybe. With all the comments and whatnot. Now, BVC, the Friends of Models for Heroes Discord is up and running, and they've opened it up to the world. So if you search for Friends of Models for Heroes on Discord, they have a room there. I'm just looking at it myself. You know, let's see, Discord. I'll bring it up on the iPad because I can. God, I've got that coffee music in my head, bastard.
Yeah, I copped that last the year and the year before that, and it goes on and on. It's like an earworm.
Right, so Discord, if you're familiar with it, you drop down. So if you look for FOM4H, so Friends of Models for Heroes, focus, there we go. And in that stream there, down here, they have a 48-hour hangout, and you can see that people are hanging out there on the screen. If you don't mind, boys, I'll just and Tiff, I'll bring you up. Join voice. We'll just say g'day. So this is Aussie Ian is there. We've got. I'll mute this. Turn it down. So Gary, bit of veteran craze. So Mikey is there. I've just dropped in this John Marley character. Tiff. Yeah, there's a couple of people saying g'day. So it'll mainly be during the British stream when most people over there are not at work and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, Discord, Beta Veteran, sorry, not Beta Veteran, create the Friends of Models for Heroes, FOM4H, and look for the hangout there. You could have a chat. I'll be on there later on, dropping in and out because I can. It's a 48-hour hangout. You look for the online thing. Oh yeah, and of course Mikey's correcting me. Yeah, they're running the Discord for the 48. They're not presenting it. Yeah, they're just there. Huey Joe is saying good morning from Bridlington. I'm not even sure where that is, and I can't ask Steph. He's not there. Bridlington must be the UK.
Yep.
Sounds like a UK place.
Does. So yeah, apologies, Huey. I'm not really sure where that is. Graham saying at Mikey heckling from safety. Scott's in from Tasmania. Knowing John, he would put it on backwards. Yeah, so he knows of the incident.
What part of Tasmania are you in, Scott? I'm in Hobart.
Yeah, I believe. No, I'm not even sure. Is it Launceston or Hobart? Can't recall. Let us know in the comments, Scott.
Actually, while we're in Tasmania for a second, can I ask what the modelling scene's like over there, the modelling community?
Down here in Tassie, really quite good. I'm just about to join a club called HANTS, which is a military group that does a lot of different functions, and they do a lot of reenactments. And I've gotten in touch with the 3 guys that look after the modelling section. The guy that runs it keeps all the different sections underneath their own little subsections. So the guys that do all the modelling, scale modelling, such as ourselves, they have their own room with a couple of guys that look after them. I've spoken to the president, and he is quite willing to give me an area there like what John is just about to open up, and then start doing the same thing. Even though I'm not as experienced as John, I can understand that working with your hands and having something to do with your brain other than thinking of the problems that you've got is way better than sitting around with the problems that you've got. The club has 70 to 80 in the scale model section.
Oh, really?
Yes, of all ages. A lot of them, there's an actual 2-day event happening on the 28th and the 29th, which I'll put up probably on my Facebook page. I'm going to enter a couple of dioramas in and a couple of my models in that I've built in the beginner section. There's a couple of really good guys there that are in like John's realm and stuff like that really, that are great. And in the whole club itself, there's probably around about Steve said there's about 275 people in the whole club itself. So that's got to do with military reenactments, women at war, all that type of stuff, so it's just not scale modeling. But I'm really, well, hang on, my dogs are just about to leap into it. I'm really quite excited joining the group because apparently they meet 3 nights a week.
Wow, we just don't hear much about what happens down there up here in the north, or north of Tasmania anyway. So I'm completely ignorant of what modelling stuff is happening down there.
Yeah, it's
which
very,
is a shame.
It is. It's very up there down here.
Yeah.
Because of I know it's a small state, but it's just a pain in the ass to drive up the hill to go to Launceston. And and it's the same for them to drive down the hill to come to Hobart. So you stay pretty insulated in Tasmania.
Yeah,
more
right.
so than what you do on the mainland. We're lucky to have in Hobart 3 really good hobby shops, and the hobby shop that's going to sponsor me, hopefully, I've been talking to them. They're the main one in town, McCann's Hobby. They're really, really good. The 3 guys that work in there. Oh, sorry, I'm going to let the dogs out. I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah, sure, no worries. Because for me, I mean, to get to Tassie, it's only a $90 flight over there. It's not that far, that expensive at all. In fact, hiring a car at the other end is perhaps the most expensive part of the whole trip. So I really need to get down there a bit more, but hopefully Jeff will be able to tell me or keep us in the loop when some more stuff's coming up down there.
Sorry about that. As I was saying, the hobby shop that I go to, McCann's, the wealth of knowledge that they have there over scale modelling is really, really good, and they're really helpful. They don't steer you in the wrong direction. So yeah, for anyone that's getting into it, if you're in Hobart, go and check out McCann's. They'll see you right. That's for sure.
Well, keep us in the loop as to what's happening, Jeff, down that end. Shoot me an email or send a message to me or something, because I'm really keen to sort of get down there and catch up with everybody and say good day, and maybe do a recording down there as well.
Yeah, sure.
Just to share with the rest of the world what's happening in Tasmania,
Yeah, well, like I said, it's very, very tiny, and people do very well stick to their selves and their own little clique. So yeah, I'll have more of an idea after the 28th and the 29th of what the people are like in the actual club when I've gone there.
No worries.
Yeah. I'm really looking forward to it. It'll be my first time that I've put anything into a show.
Yeah.
So
it's all about the participation and helping the show to grow and stay there, isn't it? That's what it's all about.
That's right, and that's what the president wants. He's really happy to put his a name and his hand behind everything. And he said definitely for scale model, he said there's more and more people coming actually into that section each month. He said there's probably 2 to 3 younger people coming in each month. So, which is really good.
Speaking of younger people, the Australian Air Force cadets, is that what they're called, John? Used to be called the Air Training Corps when I was in it back in the 70s. But anyway, there's a guy.
The cadets are mainly youth. Yeah.
Yeah,
Like it's
yeah.
like scouts and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, but the Defence Force has their own sort of cadet forces. They've got, the Army, Navy, and Air Force cadets.
Yes.
There's a guy who runs a program in one of the squadrons where he gets all the cadets to build three different styles of aircraft.
Richmond, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
I tried reaching out to get him on the show. And would you believe that the media people said put the kibosh on it and said no?
Why?
I don't know. So I think I'm going to go. I've got another way of getting into somewhere. I've got another person I think I know who I can talk to and see if I can get them to change their mind.
Yeah, it's pretty insane. Like, yeah. So, yeah, being an ex-Air Force, I can criticise them. So one of the things, there's an aircraft that I think if people know of the Meteor in Australian service, that they'll know this aircraft is called Hailstorm, because George Hale was a pilot from Tasmania, and he is the last Royal Australian Air Force person to shoot down another aircraft in combat, and it was just over 50 years ago. I think it was 1952 or thereabouts. Anyway, so that's been restored. The nose section was all that remained of that aircraft, but it's been married up to another full fuselage, and it's at Fighter World, a museum here. And we've been told by Air Force we're not allowed to put the kill markings on it because there's two MiGs. One was red, one was green. So one was a definite kill, a MiG-15, one was a probable kill. And we've been told by Air Force we're not allowed to put a picture of a MiG on there as a kill marking because somebody may take offense. Now, what I find weird about that is the pilots were probably either North Korean, Chinese, or Russian.
Yeah.
And they're the sort of people that don't tend to come to our museum and have a look at our jets. So who are we going to offend?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Pretty dumb. Speaking of Air Force, my my niece's husband was commissioned today as an Air Force officer. I won't mention his name, but so the tradition continues.
Congratulations.
Other bit of fun. I found out today, and I didn't even know this. So when I was at 10 Squadron, we had two lots of 10 Squadron. One was doing special sort of stuff, and the other one was the maritime. I was in the maritime wing alongside 11 Squadron. That we both had Orions, right? So then what happened is 11 Squadron dumped them, and they went over to America and did the training on the P-8 Poseidon, which they fly now. I found out today. I didn't know this. 12 Squadron have been stood up and are working with P-8s alongside 11 Squadron. I had no idea. So 12 Squadron are an old RAF unit. The last aircraft they flew weren't aircraft. They were Chinook helicopters and that sort of stuff. So they've been stood up as the second Poseidon mob. Because 10 Squadron now are doing, they have a Gulfstream, like a Peregrine, a new aircraft, which looks amazing.
They're doing secret squirrel stuff.
Yes. So I had no idea about that.
Well, I didn't either. I'd like to think I keep abreast of these things, but clearly
I'm out of the loop. It's good that, I don't have to care anymore. It's bloody fantastic. Hey, while I've got everyone's attention, because I can, I've just I just got up from the bench for a moment, and I've come back. So I bought, those, you can get ball tanks, like, Sharrow tanks, that sort of stuff. So when I did mine, I did on Mikey's channel, I went for a scheme that is a bit unusual, made it into a cricket ball.
Wow. That is
cool?
Sensational. Yeah.
So it's actually string, and it took a while to drill it all and sort of lace it and all that sort of stuff like that. But
I beg to ask how you got the string effect on there. So you actually did individual holes and laced it.
Yeah, you could probably see the string on the inside there. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it took forever. And one of the viewers, I asked him to, can you sort of paint some figures up for me? So he made a couple of little cricketers to go with it. So Booney having a stretch. somebody else saying, "Oh, you missed a spot," because this guy is holding in Aussie tradition a bit of sandpaper. So I haven't. I was always going to finish this off and make a diorama out of that, but I haven't done it yet. But I thought you'd want to see that because there's probably, as far as I'm aware, it's probably the only cricket ball tank anywhere. Because I just looked at it one day and said, "Let's do that."
Damn it, John! You got to the sandpaper joke before I did.
And the other one was a recent build. I just grabbed this because I could. So this is the mini art omnibus and how that turned out. So focus that. So it's 35th scale the minibus, omnibus. Sorry, it's a LGOC omnibus from London in 1919. And the figures, 6 figures, are a separate mini art set that are designed to go with it. And I think it looks pretty bloody good, eh?
It did come out really well. I'm impressed with that.
I like the clippy on the back.
Yeah, that chick. Her name's Hannah. I just named it now. So there we go.
Hannah the clippy.
Hello, Hannah. But yeah. Oh, and I don't know if you could see right at the end, at the front wall of the lower deck. Oh, I've got a Models for Heroes decal there. Saying, Kid calm and make models. And I've just knocked off. Of course, it's fragile as all get out. I knocked off the crank handle, but I'll glue that on later on. But yeah, quite proud of that one. Looks nice. Yeah. So Clayton is saying very clever, John, because it's me knocking off the crank handle. Yeah, very clever, John. Not really. So Jim is saying in Chicago, it's he got home from Arizona on last Tuesday to -6 temperatures and snow, and today it'll be near 20. Wow, big change. So Scott confirms he's the top end of Devonport in Tasmania.
All right.
And he's saying hi to a couple of people. The Devils, the first game is tomorrow in the VFL. So Victorian Football League, it's Australian rules football. So the first time ever Tasmania are joining with their team. So I wish them all the best.
It's about time they had their own football team. It's been a long time coming. So,
yeah, they've been borrowing the Hawthorn Hawks for quite a while. But yeah, it's great that you got their own. It's a good name for it. Fun fact, the Devils, the Tasmanian Devils, you remember that cartoon character is named after a real animal in Tasmania called a Tasmanian Devil. But when, I think Warner Brothers found out that they were going to name this team the Tasmanian Devils, and they took them to court. Said, you can't do that. It's our brand. And it's our animal. Here's one I'm holding. Ow, the bastard bit me.
You're kidding me.
Very strange. Skiffers is saying, I think the link for the Discord, it's in the banners. Oh, okay. So let's have a look at the banners.
Ooh. The rolling banner down the bottom is what you're talking about? Don't know.
No, I can't see it.
No, I can't see it either. Well, I'll just let it run through, mate. Will come up.
Yeah.
I was going to ask you another question, and I've lost my train of thought now because I got sidetracked. God, it's awful getting old.
Fox 3 scale model says you just need the underarm bowl. Oof, shots fired. Yeah, we're still, yeah. Apologies for the way Australia plays cricket.
Still unforgiven.
I know. It's a bit embarrassing. But
well, we played a win.
Well, we would have won. There's no what. Yeah, they couldn't have won. They had to get. There's one ball remaining. They had to get 6 runs. The chances of them actually achieving that were pretty slim. So what Australia did on the very last ball was bowl it underarm, and then you can imagine, it pissed off all of New Zealand, and I think they're still angry, and quite rightly.
They pissed off
back in the 80s. I know.
Yeah, it was. It was.
Bob is twiddling his thumbs, waiting for 7:30 p.m. UK his time. Arg. Clayton is saying it was a serious comment for your information. Yeah. Love it. He's probably talking about, I don't know, the cricket ball, I think. Yeah. Making models. Hello all, how's it going? Make models. Very cool. There we go. So Discord link can be found at 48-48.org under the social. It could also be found at the model officer's mess. I sent John the picture. It's attached so he can show people which post it is. Okay. Oh, and Bob is saying, oh, that you on the naughty list. None call me Bob. Oh, sorry, Bob. Better apologise, Robert. My apologies, Robert. Quite rightly, the Kiwis will never forget.
Oh, I'll give him something to be angry about.
Well, so here's the thing. I usually, with the laptop, I jump across to the booth and I sort of walk it over there and then plug in the camera I've got over there. I can't do that with this one. I haven't got an extension lead for USB-C and stuff. So what I'll have to do is just have my camera on looking at my mug, but then standing over at the booth. So, yeah, you're not going to be able to see what I'm doing, but it's not that interesting, to be honest. It's just painting stuff. But I'll give that a bit of a whirl now. And just while I'm moving across there, what I will do is play another clip from another person saying g'day. I don't know. Do you want to? Yeah, let's go with this one.
Hi, Modelers for Heroes. Your 48-hour birthday bash. It's Al Murray here at my chaotic bench. I'm making a dragon sexton, but in 1/35th. I'm sorry. But all the best with it. You're doing amazing stuff, helping people with this charming hobby that I have returned to in recent years. Good luck with it. Cheerio.
So that's pretty cool.
Yeah. Nice guy.
Holy crap. Sorry, just bear with me. It sounded like a cockroach or something's running around the garage here, but I think it was actually a part of my model. I better go and find it.
Oh.
Just found the worst part of this kit that anyone doing an aircraft can experience. A seam line running right through the clear canopy.
Oh, okay.
Does anyone know the best way to polish it?
It's funny, I've got that Airfix Gannet that I want to build.
Mm-hmm.
And the only thing stopping me is that damn seam line that you got to polish out of it. I've got no idea how to. There's some YouTube videos out there, Callum, about polishing the seam lines out of canopies. That's all I can suggest to you.
Yeah, I'm slowly working my way with a 2000 grit sanding sponge.
Yeah,
I think you're going to start a bit lower. So I'd started around. I see them start at 800, then sort of work their way up. And use the Tamiya polishing compound if you got that once you get towards the end.
Is that Skiffers trying to join us, is it? Oh, so yeah, Paul is saying, yeah, Al Murray, legend.
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
Here we go. Paul Wiltshire is about to take one of his Staffordshire Bull Terriers to the vets for a jabs, so he'll be back in the chat about 4 p.m. Gordon Baines is in. Can I start my model, or do I have to wait for the UK timetable? If you're really aching, you can start it now. Like what if you don't want to wait till say the 8 p.m. UK time? You can start at whatever time you like. Just finish at the appropriate sort of adjusted time at the other end. Yeah, the whole it's about 48 hours. So we got some people in the UK that are joining our timings. Like, in fact, Jen Wright is doing it in time with us, she says. But yeah, if you're really, Gordon, if you're really wanting, you could start, say, on the hour and just go from there. Paul's saying, Gordon, how you doing, mate? Oh, yep. M4H, M4s. Are you in the UK, Gordon Baines? Yeah.
Yeah, Gordon's in UK. He was the man that put my name down for joining.
Very cool.
M4H.
Maker Models are saying, yeah, it's 19:30 tonight, UK time. It starts over there. Oh, okay. Cheers and hi, Paul. Fox 3 scale models is saying 7-sided nail buffer for the canopy. 7-sided nail buffer for the canopy. That's a good tip.
Yeah, except there's no shops open for him to whip out and grab one there, though, is there?
That's true. Certainly not in New Zealand. Yeah, where Fox 3 would be, I'd say, because he's still angry at Australians. As am I. So here's a fun fact. So Greg Chappell, the cricketer from Australia in the 80s and stuff, his son is now Chief of the Air Force in Australia.
Really?
And yeah, James is saying, "G'day, Gordon." Anyway, moving across. I'm gonna. I can't follow the chat at the moment. I'm going to be over at the booth making things different colours.
That's all right. I'll jump on and follow the chat and see how we go. We'll figure out.
Thanks, mate. It is how relieving it is for me to have other people in the stream that don't have an accent either. I think that's fantastic, and thank you very much.
It is. Well, no one's talking, so I can't show anything or talking about anything.
This may or may not be box wine.
I've just discovered that I can put people in. Yeah, Clayton better watch out what he says to me. I can delete the comment, put the user in timeout, or ban the user and delete their comments.
Oh, okay. I'll have to learn how to do that.
Well.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Gordon is saying, brilliant. Yeah, I need to prime it. That's all.
I would have thought, Gordon, that you'd build it before you primed it, though.
Tell you what. Now, if I turn on this booth over here, I don't know. Can you? If this is annoying, the sound, let me know and I'll mute myself, or you can mute me.
Okay.
I'm just on mute so I can get. I'm in my booth at the moment spraying. So if anyone's talking to me, I can't hear.
All right. Go on, John.
That's
turn it on.
fine, John.
It's all right.
Yeah,
that's fine. Can't hear.
Cool. So I could twerk it.
What'd you say? Sorry, mate. Can't hear you over the booth.
Yes, Clayton, I am drunk with power.
All I can hear is an asshole.
Yep,
where's
sure
my
I am.
interior green?
I sure is an asshole. Just ask my wife.
Here we are.
So those who are following along at home, maybe if you can, in the comments, just type how you're coming along with the kits that you guys are building at the moment. And just share where you're...
And what are you building?
Well, that came in. Wasn't expecting that. That looks like somebody in the green room directing that. Yes, and Black Hat Scale Models writes in Dorian Lemonade is a bit masculine for Dave. A shandy is more like it. Well, all I can say is cruelty comes so easy to your kind. That's very unfair.
So at the start of the show, I mentioned that I'm a volunteer for Models for Heroes just because I firmly believe in the cause, and I am looking at wanting to start like an Australian equivalent up. And the best way we could do it is engaging and talking to Australians and people in the southern continents about that. But at the start of the stream, so what has occurred in the last week is there's been a new veterans hub opened up in. It's been a couple of hours since I spoke about this, so I'll mention it again. But there's a new veterans hub opened up last week. And I'll show some images because this facility is world class.
Really
not the best
good.
photos, but it's building. Oh, sorry, it's a bit glary and all. Change the other camera. There we go. So it's probably the best that'll do. So it's a Australian version of British Legion. So RSL is a Return Servicemen's League in partnership with Life Care. It's a hunter and veterans and family hub for veterans, families, and the community. So it's a common room that they could have certain activities. They still got all the balloons and stuff from the opening ceremony the previous day. A kitchenette, a big kitchen actually, massive, awesome facility. A spot under the stairs for Harry Potter when he arrives. So a little kid sort of thing in there. That's cool, isn't it?
That's really cute, isn't it?
Yeah. And a little, a little book nook.
Yep.
That's the atrium, if you like. So it's oh, there we go. So it's a beautiful facility. Anyway, I mean, talks with us went down there the other day. I mean, conversations with the Veterans Hub there, looking at running local sessions in partnership with the RSL for veterans as a means of mindfulness. Exactly all the same aims and sorry, wrong button there. The same aims and whatnot as Models for Heroes. So yeah, I'm quite excited about that because I have wanted to do it as soon as I left Air Force. I wanted to do it, but it was pointed out by Gary Morris, a very good friend of mine, that I needed time to heal because the back condition I had and everything else, it's still there. It was difficult to sort of get over. So the pain I had leading up to the operation with sciatic pain and stuff like that, I literally couldn't walk. I had like my half of my left foot was numb for say 6 months or whatever. And when I had the spinal fusion operation, they cut away all the disc material and replace it with the screws are there to hold these rods to hold the vertebrae apart to promote bone growth between those two levels and stuff. And that took literally, as you can understand, it took a couple of years to actually do that. So until that happened, and of course to get into your spine, they've got to remove all sorts of muscle and everything else. So the pain changed from being sciatic to muscular and stuff like that. And I was miserable. Steph and James and a couple of people watching they would have observed me at that time. I was not well. I wouldn't be able to talk about things without bursting into tears and stuff. So it's been a while getting to the point where I think I'd be able to do this and do the best shot I can. So I'm happy with it. I'll let you know how it all goes.
So, how's your journey been with DVA? Because they're driving me nuts at the moment.
Yeah. So DVA, Department of Veterans Affairs. I'll sit down and talk through this. Were good. So when I had the spinal operation, I was still serving. So initially, when the claim went in, it was knocked back because the form, I think it was a correct one. They changed the form number and all that sort of stuff. So I had to put it in again. And she said, "How long have you been out of the service?" And I said, "I'm still in. I'm at work. I'm calling me at work." And she said, "Oh, is that why I couldn't get hold of you? Because we're not allowed to have mobile phones in the F-35 facility. So I had to go outside. I was doing that. I'm on the phone, and I'm just like, yeah, no, I'm still serving." So, okay, so, yeah, because the paperwork, what was good is when I had the initial injury, I was sent off, this 2002, I was sent off for an MRI, and the report for that came back and said it was very clear, L5, S1, nerve impact on both sides, primarily on the left-hand side, but nerve impact on the other side, and very close to nerve impact on other levels. So all that went, when that go forward 20 odd years, and that became a thing. So they said, "Oh, we have no problem accepting that," but it just literally took about 3 years for them to get it all down on paper and stuff because they're understaffed. My view on DVA is a lot of people leaving the forces. I reckon, I'm not kidding. I think part of the reason why veteran self-removal, let's call it that, is such a thing. It's because of dealing with DVA and waiting and stuff. And it's just been stuck in the rut of bureaucracy and stuff. I think they're doing the best they can. I honestly do. I think, with if they had the staff they would need to be able to go through the claims and everything else, they would do it to their best of their ability. But on the other hand, there'd be a lot of Australians that say, "Oh no, we've got too many public servants. We need to knock back the numbers." I think they're doing the best they can, but they're severely understaffed. So I'm unable to work. I'm on a full pension, and you can understand the big change in me from being in squadrons that are always deploying, certainly with Hercs, certainly with the Orions, not so much with the Hornets. That I was hardly, like, my kids missed. I didn't see them growing up. Like, so my son said to Ron, my wife, last week, "Oh, you did such a great job of bringing me up as a kid. Thank you very much." And I'm just like, "Oh, hang on, what about this guy?" And he just said, "You weren't around." It's like, I was deployed all the time. So, I went over to the Middle East, for instance, in 2002, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, and 9. So,
Jeez, wow.
Yeah, because I was with Hercs and they were always in and out of the country. So I've done a couple of tours. Plus, on top of that, I was heavily involved in MH370 with the Orions, and there was another operation called the Battle of Marawi, which is anti-ISIS operations in the Philippines and stuff. So I was one of the Tampa crisis. I was on the ground there in South Headland for 2 weeks, waiting for something to happen at Christmas Island. I've done some stuff. So I went from all this being, having a bag under the bed to being, "You're not performing." "Oh, why aren't I performing?" "Well, you're not walking with purpose." Oh, okay. Well, will you deploy me?" "No, because you're not performing." "Okay, so why aren't I performing?" "Oh, because you're not deploying." And it just became that circular sort of shit from people that should look after you,
Yeah.
And I became that guy. This is like Dave would know. You've seen this yourself. I'd be talking about this in previous years, and I'd be bursting into tears talking about it and stuff because it was so raw and so much of a change and upheaval in my life. So I'm unable to work. I'm on a permanent pension. It's not great, but it's better than being able to. I can't even sit at a computer because even here, like what happened the first couple of years I did the 48, I'd finish up and my wife would tell you I'd be in tears lying on the floor in the lounge because I was in so much pain for sitting down for close to 48 hours. And stuff. I'm in a better place now, but it's still not good. Like before I came into this, I took some anti-inflammatories and stuff, knowing that it would flare up and stuff. So this is the thing, being in the military, certainly now, and what's going on around us, it's not always popular. There's a lot of people out there that don't support the military service. My view on it is a wonderful career should you choose to sign on the line and all that sort of stuff, because, you could joke, join the Defence Force, see the world. Well, I literally did, It was just an incredible career, but I didn't want it to end because I thought I was good at it, and it was good to me and stuff. But I didn't have a choice, and they were just like, "Nah, get out of here, piss off, just don't come to work."
I mean, oh gee, something just went twang off into the carpet. Yeah, I've got. They've accepted the claim, but it's just sort of sitting there, and it's sitting there, and it's sitting there, and it's driving me nuts.
Yeah. It does. It takes years. They're about 3.5 years behind.
Oh, well, that's great to hear. Well, at least,
Yeah.
if they could just
Generally
tell
takes
you,
3.5
hey, this is when you can expect to have a resolution. I could live with it, knowing, okay, I've got to wait that long. That's fine.
Yeah.
But it's
And
not
what's also
hearing
funny
anything.
is, for instance, every 6 months I have to send a medical certificate to DVA to prove that I'm unable to work. And they would say, oh yeah, we got all, yeah, they got everything, all the MRI reports, the images, and all that sort of stuff. It's all in the portal. But they got hold of me and said, look, talk to your doctor. Do you still need the stuff in your spine? And my doctor was saying, well, yeah. And they said, yeah, is it permanent? And he was saying, I'll put it this way. If any doctor removed that stuff, they'd be struck off immediately. So he was angry that DVA were even asking the question, but I'd still need to go through the motions and prove that I still have the metal bits in my spine.
Wow.
It was just a bit weird.
Yeah. I would have thought
that's a long answer to a short question, Dave.
I was hoping things would be improved after the inquiry that went through, and I think things have, but I think you're right. It's that DVA doesn't have the support that it needs funding wise to carry out their work to the level that we expect them to.
Yeah, I believe that's where it is. I mean, that's my exposure to it is, things take much longer than they should. And it's not the people that work there just turn up. A lot of them do the best they can, but they're swamped. So, your claim may jump from somebody in one state to somebody else in another state who doesn't know your case. But I think they do what they can. I think RSL are an organisation that, oh my God, life would be a lot worse without them. And even like this hub that's opened up upstairs, I have 2 offices and they have permanent advocates in there, so people can go in and talk through claims and stuff like that. I think that's fantastic. They're literally doing the best they can.
Unfortunately, my journey with the RSL hasn't been as positive as yours. No.
Okay. So that's all about me. I'm going to jump across the booth, as I said. Trying to get some paint down.
No problem at all.
But good question. Well asked, Dave. It is a thing. So, again, my take on military service, it's not for everyone, but you'd have to understand that a lot of the people that I know and deal with, and certainly friends I have in the UK, watching some of them and some of the debilitating conditions that they've got as a result of their service. This charity is, everyone has their own favorite charities and everything else. This is mine because I'm a scale modeler, always have been, but I've seen the effect that this has, and I've lived the experience myself. Models for Heroes. It's a bit of a stretch to say they saved my life, but because they were there, I don't know if that was a thing or not. But I remember once. Oh God, now I'm getting upset. I remember driving to work one day, looking for the best tree to drive into because I couldn't handle the thought of sitting down with these bastards and the bullying that was going on about me just walking around slowly, not doing anything, working on half days and getting paid more than the corporals. It became awful, and it should be people that know better.
It should.
Because one day they'll leave the service and they'll find out, they treated me like shit at the end. Didn't see that coming because I certainly didn't.
I'm
glad
to report that certainly in the emergency service I work with, they're very mindful of that. They're particularly mindful of the hours that you work. I mean, given the type of work we do, sometimes you can't avoid working long hours, but in your day-to-day sort of role, they're always on top of it. And I never have any trouble if I want to have, take an hour off or have half an hour off or an early finish of the day. I'm free to do it because they understand that, you need to have those breaks.
Yeah.
So I'm thankful I'm in an employment situation where I can, somebody's looking after me, which is good. It is good. That's what I was going to touch on. The next thing is the term PTSD.
Uh-huh.
I don't know whether I like the actual term. Expresses a syndrome. So I've got post-traumatic stress syndrome. It's syndrome, I should say the word properly, Dave. It's if you've seen something that's affected you, it's a mental injury, and it should be called an injury. It shouldn't be called a bloody syndrome. And I'm I don't know. It must be medical terms as reason why they do it, but the things that I've seen in my line of work and things that I know other people are exposed to, and gosh, even the volunteers that do all the work out there, what they're exposed to, as much as we try to limit it, they're still exposed to it, and it got explained to me once before. It's your capacity to have to tolerate this is like a cup, and the stuff that you're seeing is like putting water in that cup. And then it gets to a point where it just overflows. You don't know when it's going to overflow, and each people have bigger cups, or some people have smaller cups.
Yeah, that's true.
But the thing that really annoys me is the way they call it a syndrome, and I don't think it is. I think it should be renamed injury, and that would also then take away a lot of the stigma, I believe, as well.
That's true. Yeah, I think. So one of the other things that I love about Models for Heroes is we don't care whether anyone's like any good at this. Whether if they've never picked up a model kit, I don't care if they paint a Spitfire pink or whatever. Like, I tend to build things to the best of my ability. But my view is if somebody just sits there and sticks something together, doesn't paint it, leaves it in plastic, if they're proud of it, if they're happy with it, if it's helped to eliminate the background noise while they're doing that, I think that's...
Or build Legos, or do Legos.
Or Lego,
well.
or cross-stitch, or whatever you like. But as a mindfulness activity, it's a reason why the charity exists. There's a lot of people that do this hobby, and we love it because it's a great hobby. But this, it does, on occasion, become very, very important for people to be able to cope with something that's going on in their life. And it's all about that. So the work that that they do over in the UK, I think is absolutely essential. And I think it's fantastic that we've got so many donors on board this year providing auction lots to be able to raise money for this cause. So given that, there's a banner. I'm going to flick on one of the other, change the banner over to, there we go. That's auction payments. Let's go this one. Oh, no, that's the one that was playing. Raising money, donate now, just giving. I'll leave that going because that is vitally important. Anyone who's taking part in this and enjoying the content, or probably really hating the mindless dribble that I'm carrying on with or whatever, please, if you're taking part, consider throwing some money towards this cause. However much you can afford, with times now with the price of petrol and all that sort of stuff. It's very difficult, I know, to ask people to help fund this, but I honestly believe it's essential work, much in what the way of what the Podfather does as a day job with the state emergency service. That there's times when things are absolutely essential, and I think this is absolutely essential work that volunteers like Steph and Malcolm and Gary and all my mates over in the UK are doing with their own time. Going over to the booth, honest. I promise.
Take it. Get in there.
Hello. Did somebody say something then? No. All right. Let's have a look at what people have been saying. I'll just jump to that. Comments coming. Read the comments for a while. I don't quite know how to bring the comments up to the screen.
Okay, so if you click on a comment.
Yeah. Oh, show. Yeah, gotcha. All right. Very well. Let's go read back through. So Gordon's right in. Nice to see you well, Jeff.
Cheers, mate.
Mind.
Nice to put a face to a name finally, Gordon. I hadn't seen your face before, I don't think.
There's that black hat scale models. I should rename black hat scale models to black heart scale models for the comments he's making.
Okay,
Dory,
I'm going to make that black
Heart.
heart grow a little bit in size. So previously in one of the auctions, Black Hat won an auction kit and he donated it to me to be able to give to a veteran to build. So I haven't built it. It's still here. And definitely a veteran will be building your kind donation, Stuart. Thank you very much.
That's brilliant.
well, despite his kind donation, he's very disparaging what he writes to me. Midori eliminator, a bit masculine for Dave. Let's see. Shandy's more like it, he says. Workbench Hobby says, I thought David put me in timeout. No, I haven't done that yet. That'll come. Just keep going with the way you're going and you'll get there. Dave writes in, hoping you'd flick through one of the many pics there and would see you in we'll see you in Budgie Smugglers and a hat with corks hanging from it. I think that's directed to you, John.
Clearly. Thanks, Dave.
We'd rather not see that picture. I'll give you that tip right now.
Just the sight, just the thought of it.
It works.
Gordon Baines writes in, I tend to prime all the parts and I paint them before putting them together, depending on the build, of course. I'm going to build a 135th Kenton Craft grad.
I'm trying to see. Apple has all these sort of things that happen if you do gestures and stuff because it's doing the FaceTime thing. I wonder if it's because I know like the thumbs up gives you fireworks in the background, but I can't remember.
I never knew that. That's cool. I'm going to try that.
I can't remember the other ones. I can't remember if that's a thing.
No, it doesn't work on
Yes,
mine.
it is. Yeah.
Oh, I've just realised I haven't got my Apple here. That's why. Mackie Model says at Gordon Baines M4, looking forward to seeing the pics. Dorcosaurus Fluffy Rex says, good morning, peoples. What a cool name.
Hey, Dorcas.
Morning. I'm back.
Hello, Steph.
Julian Hall. John, sadly, it's all the same all over the world. SVCs are always under-resourced due to an attitude of cut it, I don't need it, from those lucky enough not to need it. Then those who need it have to wait.
Yeah.
That's very true, I think.
It is.
Dominic writes, good afternoon, everyone. Good evening for Australia.
Hello, Dom. Welcome.
Dominic.
Yo, Dominic.
Julian. Davey says, g'day, guys.
Julian.
Workbench Hobbies writes back again, put Stu in the naughty room. No, just rename him Black Heart instead of Black Hat. That'll be good enough. Black Hat writes, sorry, Black Heart Scale Models writes, finally you see me for who I am. Insert evil laugh.
He's been exposed.
He has. And BVC creates, welcome back, Steph.
Thank you.
That's all the comments so far. I think we're up to date. That's pretty cool.
All right, fill us in, Steph.
Sorry, say again.
Fill us in.
Oh, I got what I wanted.
Good.
So walked in there, very nice, very calm, very polite, which is unlike me, and explained what had happened, told them what I'd want, which, well, I didn't tell them, I'd asked what I'd like, and I said I'd like the car fully serviced and not an interim service, full service.
Yeah,
A refund of the oil we have to buy, and a complete valet inside, outside, and underneath. And she said, right, I'm going to go and speak to management. Came back, didn't bat an eyelid, and said, not a problem.
Beautiful.
Oh, good.
Awesome.
So, yeah, all's good that ends with all's. Yeah, that I can't remember.
Yeah,
the
that
order.
too. Yeah, that's
So,
fantastic.
All good. Well chuffed with that.
And the car wasn't damaged at all, so that's good.
No, the funny thing is, we'd just come off a dual carriageway 5 minutes earlier.
Ooh.
If it had dropped it on the carriageway, that had been the end of the engine. So there'd either be replacing the engine or replacing the car.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So that's it. Yeah. John, I caught the back end of your comments earlier. Been there. Know exactly what you mean. If it wasn't for Model Sphere as my wife, I would be swinging from somewhere quite easily. Yeah. It is a lifesaver. You say that to Malcolm, and he looks very bashful and giggles. If you want to embarrass him, just say that to him. You saved my life, because he just doesn't believe that he's got that much of an effect on people. What he's done, it really, truly is a lifesaver. And I'm not the only one who'll say that. So there's loads of veterans who are still here because of him, because of what he's done. And it is just phenomenal. I am so grateful to him. And also you bunch of reprobates as well.
Yeah.
The Antipodean reprobates.
Yeah, especially him over that. I can't poke him close enough.
I'll poke him for you. Hang on.
Oh, is it the wrong way? Is it that way?
No, other way.
Other way.
Right, stage left. Yeah, that's better.
All right. I'm on a different computer, so the Chromebook thing flips the images around because Chromebook.
Yeah.
What can I say?
There's an app for that.
All right, I'm going to mention something. It's not political, but it's political adjacent, because I think we're talking about services and everything else. Jon Stewart, he's a comedian, reporter, Late Show in America. He does a podcast, and in that, one of the concerns he had, he was interviewing people who were affected by what they call the big burns outside at all US bases, on land bases, be Air Force, Marines, whatever. Anything like spent ammunition and anything at all they're finished with, they take outside the perimeter or have it just inside the perimeter, set fire to it, all sorts of, use ammunition dump. And a lot of it is toxic chemicals and all that sort of stuff like that. Now, you can imagine the black smoke that would come off this stuff. So they're what they call the big burns. And since the first Gulf War, a lot of people have been affected in America by either being posted with that job, or certainly working on the base with the stuff flying towards them and all that sort of stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
But Jon Stewart was listening to these stories, and he went to the US, one of the defense secretaries sat down with them at length and spoke about all this. This is during the previous administration. And what he was saying is, we don't have the personnel to direct towards this. We hear what you're saying, and you're right. It's about time the government sort of stepped up and acknowledged that this is a thing, because we are literally killing our own people. So he was asked by the US government to write a submission himself, and he just thought, I don't have time for this. I've got my own show. But it was so important to him, he did that. He wrote it all out and submitted it to the government, and the government employed, I think, 360 public servants to work through that backlog since 1991. Okay, so I think job done. Unfortunately, what happened, change of administration, the first thing they did is get rid of a lot of public servants. The ones that went first are the ones that are on probation, the ones that have just started, including all of those people that were literally going to deal with these people that are dying of cancer daily and stuff like that. And it's just one of those things that governments try to help people, but it's sometimes it's missed a lot, and it's all to do with saving money. But really, you got to ask, what does it take? Because we're actually, a lot of people in defence that I've met, I think, are some of the best people I've ever met. Some people are dodgy, and you get that in all walks of life. But there's a lot of people that would give anything to do what is right, and they're the people I want to help. And if I can keep one person vertical by doing a version of Models for Heroes in Australia, then I'd be very, very pleased indeed. I know it's like Australia is a lot larger than the UK. In fact, all the UK there is about the size of Victoria. We've got distances, mad distances. So I'm not able to sort of travel as much or, get to different shows and stuff as people in the UK do, but I want to give it a go. But we also have a good network of people with similar wants, desires, the want to help people. And Jeff, it's exactly what Jeff Riley's here on this stream, because he's as passionate about this as I am. The president of the ACT Scale Modelers Club, I was emailing him last week. He's keen on engaging with James and Steph and Malcolm about Models for Heroes. So we've got people in I'm in touch with people generally in each state that want to help get this thing up and going and stuff like that. So I'm going to try to work with as many people as I can to make it happen here, because it's desperately needed. Desperately needed.
Yeah. John, can you just read a message from James has messaged you, and he says, can you please read it?
Okay. Is it stop, hold and desist?
I don't know, but Carl said, gents, for those of us that are just arriving, can you all update us on what you're making, please? So while you're doing that, John, I will quickly run around everybody to see what we've been doing. Callum has got a scoot in a sec, so we'll go through Callum. By the way, Callum, thank you very much for what you're doing, mate. Really appreciated. So what have you been up to in the land of the Kiwi?
So I've been working on my Spitfire 14C conversion into an E, even though the kit is an E Academy cheap kit that's not very accurate. But basically I've got everything put together, ready for painting tomorrow. Just one little canopy, and then I can go to bed to mask up. But yeah, basically for all those new, I am converting this into an E, into one that was flown in Burma by a fairly famous pilot. James, went by James Ginger Lacey, one of the top kills in Battle of Britain. Ended up with 25 in the Battle of Britain and 47 in total throughout the war. So at the end of the war, he got posted to India, Burma. So I'll be replicating his Spitfire E. And yeah, I'm basically all ready tomorrow to start painting. And yeah, but I'm going to have to jump out from this episode as well, because it's about 2 a.m. in New Zealand. I've been up since about 5 a.m. for work. So sorry, gents, I won't be able to. I'll see you guys in the next episode.
Brilliant. Thank you for your help there, Callum. Enjoy, mate. Enjoy. We'll see you later on. So, moving swiftly along. So, Mr. Marley, what have you been up to? Can you hear me?
Okay, so trying to get some paint down, but there's this guy who just won't stop talking. And anyway, so
Mike's breaking up, John.
Oh, is it? Is it better or worse or?
Yeah, that's better.
I don't know. Change my camera. This one. So yeah, I managed to get a bit of paint down. So there's not much to show yet. It's just basically bits of green, bits of black before aluminium goes over those. You won't see most of that. In fact, you won't see any of that. It'll be the nozzle out the back there. But I'll paint it up silver and stuff anyway. But yeah, just getting a bit of paint down. For anyone who paints, because this is going to be yellow, hot tip if you don't already know, if you use pink as a first layer, squid pink in this case, your yellow will go down a lot easier. You don't have to do as many coats to get a good finish of yellow over pink. It'll make it pop. So that's me.
Excellent. Thank you very much, mate. And the next one is, we'll go to the Podfather himself. Hello, Dave. What have you been up to? You're right, buddy.
Well, just to recap, I'm actually building the Swedish S-Tank. This is the 135th scale by Trumpeter. The bottom's all done, so I was ready to put the running gear on. I'll paint the running gear tomorrow. And there's the running gear there all assembled and cleaned up. And just working on the hull getting the parts off the sprue to glue down on there. And that's it for me.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate that. And let's go to, where is he? He's there. Craig. And once we're done Craig, we will go to Jeff. So, Craig, you are muted. That's if you're actually at your desk. Doesn't look like... Oh, he's there. He's there. Come on. Are you going to talk to us, Craig?
Yeah,
Or
sorry.
get it on mute?
I've
Hey!
just been painting. Wonder if I can turn this around. Hang on.
Oh, I'm feeling seasick. What? Oh, it's always one, Craig.
But yeah, getting there. I've got some stuff painted and primed, and going well so far.
Excellent. Excellent. Looking really good, mate.
Thank you.
Keep up the awesome work. And finally, last but by no means least, we have Jeff Box Builder Creates. What have you got done, Jeff?
Oh, he's frozen.
Wing section together.
Hey.
Sounds like all the mics are all breaking up.
Yeah, I can see his hands moving, but I can't hear his voice.
No, I'm talking, but I think the mics are all breaking up.
Got you, Jeff. I can hear you now.
All right. I've got wing sections together, and I've just been gluing in the ailerons. Not a bad little kit. It's pretty quickly done. Got some sanding to do. Interior of cockpit is done, and I've just gone out the front quickly and just thrown a bit of clear over it out of a spray can. Got the joystick to whack in, and then I'll throw some detailing in before I glue it together. Everything else, all the little sub-assemblies have all been cleaned up, sanded, ready to get glued all together. Then I'll paint it all in one hit, in one body. There's a few little pieces here I'm just working on now, and the interior of the cockpit with the panels and everything. And then I think that's probably all I'll get done tonight.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, mate. That looks absolutely awesome. Well done, you. And we have James has just arrived as well. So, can you hear us, James? No, he's muted. So we'll just pop him.
Did you say muted or neutered?
No comment. Absolutely no comment there whatsoever, because I'll get in trouble.
In that case, I'll say it.
Yeah, I've been told I've got to be a good boy this weekend. That wasn't from James. That was from the wife.
Oh.
She said I've got to play nicely with my toys this weekend.
So we've got about 20 minutes remaining on this stream. Then there'll be a half-hour gap before the guys in the UK start up the next one. So they'll be starting. We go off air at 12:30 local time, and they kick off there at 1 a.m. local. My local time. But yeah. Thanks for everyone that's been taking part in the stream and engaging with the chat. It's always good. Hey.
Thank you for inviting me too, John.
Okay. Oh, no problems at all. I'm going to add to the stage Gary's stuff. Hello, Gary.
Gary.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good. Good to see you.
Gary.
Hey, just thought I'd pop in and say hi, see how things are going before taking on the long stretch later.
Yeah, sorry, it's quite hard to hear you, Gary. I think it's sounding very, very tinny.
Oh, That's me. Hang on, I'll change microphone.
Woohoo!
I know. It's like it's the 20th century or something. What everywhere.
So while he's doing that, Grant's saying, good day, chaps from the northwest coast of Washington. A long 14 hours till he goes, until he can begin his 148 scale Hasegwa Shindin. That's a good choice there.
That's a good choice.
Yeah, it was nice. Very nice.
So,
That's
yeah, while we're waiting for Gary, so Jim's
Right.
bailing. He thinks all is fine in New Zealand. See you on the next turn of the earth. And very quick one I'll read out before we go to Gary. Gordon Baines is saying, yes, definitely Models for Heroes definitely saved my life. My therapist who introduced me to Models for Heroes from Operation Courage also helped me, but I'm still suffering PTSD and never go away. Just got to take the meds and deal with it. So, yeah, people aren't kidding. These are conditions that are difficult to live adjacent with.
That's right.
So over to you, Gary. I'll go full screen for you for a moment, if that's all right.
Oh, geez. Yeah, that's fine. How are you?
Good.
You're doing well?
Very well.
How's things been going here?
I think it's been successful. I love the chat, the interaction, all of it. It's just been a lot of fun.
Excellent.
Very pleasant.
That's really good. Really good. So what are you all making?
So I'm, as you know, I'm doing the Aeroscale M52, the Miles M52.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's pretty sweet, huh?
The fit is beautiful. Like the bits of the flight deck and the flight deck. Look at me, Herc speak, but yeah, every part, like the engine sliding into the tail cone and everything else. It's all perfect. It's just a beautiful kit.
It's amazing.
I'm doing
and the cleanup's
little
pretty straightforward as well. Sorry?
Yeah. Dog. I'm doing a little World War II glider, a little Grumman baby. The one that the Luftwaffe learnt to fly in.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on.
Oh, that's beautiful, man.
I did have a pilot, but unfortunately it got delivered to another address. And when I went to the address, which is very similar to ours, the lady had thrown it out in the bin. So it was very disappointing. Anyway, I might find one later on.
Yeah, not like aircrew to turn up at the wrong address. Am I wrong, John?
Yeah. And it's nice to meet you too, Gary. My name's Jeff.
Good to see you, Jeff. You were keeping well?
I have been. I'm about to go in for some surgery on the 27th to have some nerves burnt out down in my left hip, down in my left leg. I'm suffering with complex regional pain syndrome from an assault. So I'm sick and tired of the 24-hour 7 pain. They've given me the option to completely deaden the leg. So I'm going to take that option.
Yeah.
I'll still be able to use the leg, but
yeah.
But I'm just over the pain.
Yeah. Will you still be able to feel things like your feet and stuff like that, or is it just the whole limb gone?
I had some nerves burnt out in 2019 from stepping back into a hole when I was landscaping, and that worked really well. It got me back to landscaping full time. So the surgeon that did that, he suggested that we can just do this, but he said the problem with complex regional pain syndrome, he said it's your brain that is also involved. So I'm at therapy, twice a week, going through all that type of stuff. So which has been really good and really bad at the same time.
Well, yeah. Well, best of luck for that, man. Sounds at least like you know that it has worked in the past. So that's got to be a good thing looking forward.
Yeah, well, they sent me in the other month for a ketamine stint, and that worked while the ketamine was being delivered to the stint. But as soon as they stopped the ketamine, and that's when the surgeon came back to me and said, "Look, this is it. We're just going to get rid of the nerves."
Sure.
Yeah. So
well, better than
anyway, I should be well after that.
Excellent.
Good.
That's what we want to see. Yeah. Positive vibes, Moriarty. Positive waves.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. All right. Now.
So Kits is in. He's saying, "Hi, Jim. Hope all's well." Kieran, Jim is replying, "Kieran, doing great. Making progress on a few models before I start my Models for Heroes build tonight." And he's saying, "Jim, nice. Got a late start tonight as I need to ferry the kids about first, but looking forward to getting going." I think, we've all been looking forward to this weekend. These are, they're a lot of fun.
Hey,
and
John.
just the challenge, as we said, it doesn't. Oh, is the sound breaking up?
No, it's all good. Can you read your messages?
I did read that one about 25 minutes.
Yeah, no, it's all good. But I've just sent you another message on Messenger.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm sitting in the director's chair, guys. I do apologise. I am here, but I can't put the video on.
No worries.
Busy at work.
Okay. So what is the time in the UK now, James?
1:15.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry, everyone. I've made an error. I thought we were going off at 12:30 our time.
What time would that be, John?
It's 13:17 Zulu time.
It's in about 15 minutes. So
okay, cool. Yeah, do that. That's fine. So yeah, just to let everybody know why me and John are having this conversation, it's obviously the timetable is set, and we found our first error in it. That's fine. But obviously we'll wrap things up on this stream, and then we'll head over to the second episode shortly. But just remind everybody, please make sure you take your breaks, etc., etc. And anyone from this stream is welcome in the next stream, because the UK guys will be basically filling the time between while you guys are sleeping and when we start in the UK. So I'll hand it back to John, and I'm here if you need me.
Yeah, sure. Sorry, James here wasn't aware of that error, and I read a previous message. I didn't read that one, but yes, okay. So the UK, as he said, it's probably hard to hear, but James was saying that the UK stream is meant to be started about 17 minutes ago. I thought it was starting in about 40 odd minutes, but yeah. So what we're going to do, as he said, we're going to wrap up this stream and jump across to the next one, the UK stream. Where Gary, I believe you're a co-host for that one for the next couple of hours. Is that correct? Yeah,
that's Gary and I,
and Steph,
Steph as well. So this has been an excellent start to it. I've really enjoyed this stream. Will we go around and show what people have done, or we've just done that a minute ago? Yeah.
Yep.
So would you guys be happy if we just sort of knock it on the head, Dave, Jeff, Craig?
Yeah, that's fine.
Man.
No problem.
Yeah, no problem.
Thanks to all the viewers, people that have been following us for the last couple of hours. It's been wonderful interacting with you guys, and clearly joking around, taking the piss. But no, I appreciate everyone being part of this stream and part of the event. And we'll see it for the Australian. The next one kicks off our time down under. I need to double check. I believe it's. I need to double check. Bring up the thing. There we go. We start at 5 p.m. Tomorrow, and we go till 2 in the morning. Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So we've got all day to sleep and all that sort of stuff like that. But yeah, if you want to watch from Australia, New Zealand, 5 p.m. But before that, after the UK stream, it'll go over to America, and the guys over there will be hosting their sort of bit, and then we'll be taking over from then. So it's almost a continuous stream for the full event. So if you come in early for the Australian one, you certainly watch the Americans. It'll be in the same place, same bet channel. The model officer. and it's just a great event. And thank you all for taking
been really
part and
good.
listening. And, yeah, and yeah, I'm gonna hit end stream. So yeah, thank you very much, and we'll see you.
all
Good luck
tomorrow.
with the UK one, Gary and Steph.
See you on the other side.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Cheers.
Bye.